Honourable members, I have been informed that the Whip Harry has agreed that there will be no notices of motions or motions without notice. Secretary will read the first order of the day.
Policy debate on budget vote number 14, Arts and Culture. Appropriation Bill 4 of 2014.
Thank you very much. I now take this opportunity to invite the Honourable the Minister of Arts and Culture, Untitled Chapter.
Honorable Chair, Chairperson of the Select Committee in Sports, Arts and Culture, honorable members, ministers here present, ladies and gentlemen. It is my distinct honor to address this House on the policy debate on the budget of arts and culture. As we commemorate 20 years of our democracy, let us recall that it was 47 years ago, this week, in fact, it was last week on the 21st of July, 1967, that Chief Albert Luthuli, Africa's first Nobel Peace Laureate and President of the African National Congress, died under mysterious circumstances whilst walking a route he took every day. Apartheid authorities claimed he had stepped onto the railway track and had been hit by an oncoming train. But his legacy still lives on, and his contribution to our struggle changed the way the world viewed our country and our people and paved the way for our freedom. We are pleased to announce that together with Script 2 Screen, a production house, a documentary is being made on Chief Albert Luthuli, President of the ANC and the first Nobel laureate, Nobel Peace Laureate, that will tell the story of this great South African and his legacy. His words still resonate through the annals of history. In 1958, he posed the following question, and I quote, "One might ask, is this vision of a democratic society in South Africa a realizable vision? Or is it merely a mirage?" I say it is a realizable vision, but I personally believe that here in South Africa, with all our diversities of color and race, we will show the world a new pattern for democracy. I think there is a challenge to us in South Africa to set a new example for the world. Let us not sidestep that task, close quote. Today, we can say that indeed, we have not sidestepped this task. Singenza lukhulu ke ukuqinisekisa ukuthi abantu bakithi inkululeko yabo bayayijabulela ngendlela ehloniphekile futhi nenesizotha. Kungumsebenzi wethu ukuthi sigqugquzele umoya wobunye nokuzwana. Isisekelo sakho kube kungumlando wethu onothile, ukubekezelana, ukwethembana, ukwazisana kanye nokuxoxisana uma kufanele sixazulule izinkinga futhi sandise isiko lokubambisana nokuxhumana singabantu sonke. Esikhathini esiningi esedlule, incindezelo nobandlululo zibe nomthelelo omkhulu ekwakhweni kwezimpilo zethu nasekuzilawuleni. Izindlela esiphila ngazo, amathuba umuntu okufanele awathole empilweni, ikakhulukazi ezintweni ezifana nemindeni, ukubuswa nokuphathwa kwezwe, amasiko, isimo somnotho, imiphakathi esiphila kuyo, izinto ezingamagugu ezwe kanye nendlela nje yokuphilisana singabantu ezweni. The pattern of development and underdevelopment is one that continues to dominate our society today. The sediments that remain of the past dispensation still function as part of the foundations of the new order. Our inheritance has been multiple fractures that have yet to be healed. Yet, out of this fractured past, we must build a more socially and economically inclusive society. The ethos of arts and culture is to build a common belonging, to nurture a people who are proud of all their cultural expressions and who act together to enable the birth of the new culture, creating new forms of engagement towards greater unity. The national development raises the challenge we face as a society and says that it's a process of building our nation out of vast cultural and economic legacy of difference and inequality. The NDP responds to 5 key priorities, namely inclusive social and economic development, 2, sustainable investment and growth, 3, decent jobs and sustainable livelihoods, 4, a capable and developmental state, and 5, expanding opportunities. Designed as a set of broad programmatic intervention, the plan proposes a roadmap of radical engagements with all sectors of society during the second phase of our transition to 2030. In his inaugural address this year, President Zuma stated, and I quote, "Economic transformation will take center stage during this new term of government as we put the economy on an inclusive path." The NDP states, I quote, "Arts and culture opens powerful spaces for engagement about where a society finds itself and where it is going. Promoted effectively, the creative and cultural industries can contribute substantially to small business development, job creation, urban development, and renewal." As we enter the second phase of our transition, to transform our country, a brand new era is upon us. We shall turn our goals into practical and programmatic interventions that together constitute radical economic transformation. Our plan for the next 5 years responds to unfinished business of economic transformation as a framework for economic vitality of our social and cultural fabric. It restores social transformation as a pillar of nation building and unity. In order to build on our collective identity and national pride, as South Africans, government has elevated nation building and social cohesion as a standalone outcome, which is outcome 14. This identifies building a common national identity and creating a cohesive society among our top priorities towards the realization of Vision 2030. Mzansi Golden Economy. We have begun a process of transforming the arts sector to encourage and support pro-poor innovators necessary to equip citizens, especially youth, with theoretical and experiential knowledge. Over the next 5 years, we shall be initiating several creative arts incubators across the country. These will be hotbeds for cultural entrepreneurship and democratize and promote access to tools of production. These will be the sites that we encourage as government for creation of local content. These creative arts incubators will be located in community arts centers, in cultural precincts and villages, which position the creative sector at the center of cultural life and economic development. The pilot project has commenced with the establishment of the precinct. Cultural precincts and cultural villages commencing construction in 2014 include Noamitwa Cultural Village in northern Limpopo and Enyogeni Cultural Precinct in KwaZulu-Natal. Through constructing and upgrading spaces, these facilities will bring people together for social dialogue and cohesion. Together with eThekwini Metro, we are piloting a fashion hub in the city. We are working on the development and implementation of 5-year strategies for fashion, design, animation, craft, and performing arts. The National Film and Video Foundation will begin a rollout of pilot film hubs to grow township and rural audiences and provide infrastructure for emerging filmmakers to tell the South African story through film, which is a good story. We shall establish a film fund that will support the growth of the local film industry. This will also lay the platform for the department to create a specific venture capital fund that will finance the cultural entrepreneurs. This is in line with the goals set out in the NDP. The Mzansi Golden Economy Venture Capital Fund will be established over the next 3 years. We will work closely with the National Treasury to develop this fund for the creative arts, which will take into account unique needs of artists and sometimes erratic nature of the revenue streams that they have. Through this fund, we'll invest in the early stages of artist development through taking their products to markets. This will close a big gap that is currently faced by artists who end up living from hand to mouth and also die as paupers. We will launch Mzansi Golden Market, or the Sourcing Enterprise e-platform. Artists, arts, organizations, and businesses have been encouraged to register their services and products. This e-platform will showcase the works of artists and enable the buying of a range of arts services directly from artists, thus ensuring that the artists enjoy the full benefit of their products. It also acknowledges that government is the biggest buyer of goods and services and will use the platform as their first choice. This means unlocking opportunities within government and the private sector for the buying of goods and services in the arts and culture sector. We are supporting the interim committee of Creative Arts Federation, appointed in March 2014, to lay the ground for work and organizing body that will foster unity and advocate for the interest of all arts, culture, and related disciplines. This committee will shortly commence with nationwide sectoral engagements. We have embarked upon a national mapping study to quantify the economic impact of our cultural industries. Studies on cultural economies of Limpopo and Mpumalanga have been completed, and these indicate that the arts and culture sector is already making a significant contribution to the economies of these provinces. Studies on the remaining provinces have begun and will be completed by the end of financial year. We will work closely with the Department of Small Business Development to ensure that cultural entrepreneurs can start their creative enterprises with no red tape, to ensure that artists are the beneficiaries of incentives earmarked for small businesses. In order to build a creative economy countrywide and foster social cohesion, the Department of Arts and Culture supports 22 national and regional festivals in all provinces, including the Diamonds and the Dorings Festival in Kimberley, the Makufe Festival in Bloemfontein, the Calabash Festival in Mahikeng, and the National Arts Festival in Grahamstown, the 60s Festival in Mpumalanga, that creates significant platforms to promote local talent. Through public arts initiatives, such as Infecting the City festivals in Mpumalanga and the Western Cape, we are empowering our youth to explore the creative capacities and see art as creating meaning within their communities. In honor of the founding fathers of the Organization of African Unity, we shall host a month-long Africa Festival from May 2015, which is the Africa Month. This will showcase African fashion, fine arts, craft, dance, literature, music, theater, film, and food culture. This will include a series of dialogues and seminars in a festival of ideas to forge African unity, to develop cross-border culture and exchange through the arts. This will include the commencement of cultural seasons with other countries. We shall also popularize African heritage as we continue to support the African World Heritage Fund that enables African countries to better identify, preserve, and promote their natural and cultural heritage. Through the work of the fund, there has been a steady increase in the number of African sites inscribed in the World Heritage List. Conscious of the role played by the neighboring countries in our liberation, the Matola Raid Memorial, an interpretive center in Mozambique, is complete, and a special event to launch this center will be held later this year. We shall seek to impart to our people a sense of local cultural identity that contributes to national consciousness. The Liberation Heritage Route traces the story of our struggle throughout our country and the continent. In partnership with the National Heritage Council, we shall commence the national rollout and implementation of the project in all provinces. We shall not leave any community without fully recognizing the roles of their heroes in our struggle. The development of heritage infrastructure contributes to stimulating economic vitality and turns every part of our land into creative sites for learning of our history, for fostering community pride and confidence, and expanding opportunities for local and international tourism. It is important to note that some of the leading tourist attractions in the country today are heritage sites, including the Cradle of Humankind, Robben Island, and others. Work is underway at tracing the heritage sites associated with the Khoi and San communities, as well as publicizing their contribution to resistance to colonialism. We are establishing a Heroes Acre in order to locate heroic deeds of our people in fighting for a non-racial, non-sexist, and democratic South Africa. This will stand as a monument where the public can pay homage to those who fought for freedom. This will be a permanent tribute to those who paid the ultimate price for the freedom of their people. Before the end of 2014, we shall unveil a statue of Inkosi Pambatha Kamancinza Zondi, who is popularly known for the fighting against the imposition of poll tax in KwaZulu-Natal. In transforming our heritage landscape, we can report that work on Ngquza Hill Museum in the Eastern Cape has started. This pays homage to rural struggles that were aimed at protecting indigenous communities. Construction will shortly begin of the Sarah Partman Center of Remembrance. The contractor is now on site to start building the long-awaited Sarah Partman Center of Remembrance in Kouga Municipality, Eastern Cape. This site holds great significance for Khoi and San communities and the community of Henki, and is part of our South African history. Work on the Winnie Mandela Museum in Brandfort is advancing, with the contractor on site as well. We are working hard to ensure that the remains of our renowned journalist, who called himself a native from nowhere, the iconic Ned Nakasa, will be repatriated from New York to South Africa, where he will be reburied as a citizen of a free South Africa. Together with this repatriation, we'll engage our learners and students in debates and essays on Ned Nakasa and his significant contribution towards the attainment of our freedom. Talks are underway to exhume and repatriate the remains of Malume Moses Kotana, the great struggle icon, the General Secretary of the Communist Party for nearly 40 years, the Treasurer General of the ANC, from Russia for final resting place in South Africa. In this way, we shall honor the wish of his widow, Mama Rebecca Kotane, who turned 102 years in February this year. Through documentaries, books, online media, we shall continue to tell the truths of our past and those who have shaped the present and the future. We shall especially focus our attention on the role of women in the struggle and recognize their earliest contributions from the first decade of the 20th century. We encourage all people in the provinces to tell their stories of the last 20 years. The National Library of South Africa will continue to identify and reprint books regarded as literary classics in South African language and publish 18 classics this financial year. Research indicates that public libraries contribute to the quality of social relations in local communities. Membership of a library can encourage a sense of belonging, foster civic pride, and transform the lives of young people who are inspired by what they read, attain greater heights. As part of our community library programs, the department is providing more than 3 billion rands in 2014 to 2017 MTF period towards opening the doors of learning, reading, and writing. We shall deliver 54 new libraries and upgrade 150 existing libraries during the 2014-2017 MTF period. These funds will help build new libraries, upgrade existing facilities, stock the shelves of the new books, connect to computer technology, and access internet. New libraries are being located where they are most needed, namely in underserviced areas and in close proximity to schools. The new libraries will be built, amongst other places, in Zolo, in the Eastern Cape, in Wepener, in the Free State, in Wandela Township, near Carltonville, Merafong, Gauteng, in Vulamehlo, KwaZulu-Natal, in Polokwane, in Pokwane, near Marble Hall, in Limpopo, Mchindini, in Mpumalanga, Tlokweng, close to Rustenburg, Northwest, and the list is long. We will implement a pilot
Minister,
project.
your time is getting unpleasant.
The South African language, as we close, the Honorable Chair, we want to emphasize the point about the project of rewriting our history into its correct perspective, particularly relating to how it has been reported in the past. One amongst those is the history about the so-called Anglo-Boer War, which essentially was an African war, where Afrikaners, about 26,000 of them, were in the concentration camps. What is not told is the 21,000 of Africans who also suffered the same fate. And I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. We invite the Chairperson, the Honourable L.L. Zwane.
Thank you, Chairperson, the Minister of Arts and Culture, the Minister of Labour, honourable members, present guests, and the delegation from the provinces, particularly from KZN. I want to start off by thanking the Minister for his insightful address and also the very important issues that the Minister raised regarding, for instance, the bringing back of the remains of the struggle icon, Ubaba Kotane. Sawubongela umndeni wakhe nomama ekhaya, ngoba I think kuzoba iphupho elifezekiswayo. Siyawubonga futhi umsebenzi Minister owenzayo, Mama Elana nomama uBartman, ngoba sike sacindezeleka ngalo hlobo lokuthi abantu bebebekwa emuseum kubukiswa ngabo ngoba siphuma endaweni enzima ngendlela ayisimanga singabantu abamnyama yocindezelo. Honorable Chairperson, in the 53rd conference of the ANC, it was resolved that we need to ensure that social cohesion and nation building underpins all national, provincial and local government strategic priorities, inclusive of integrated economic and social development, education, health, human settlements, land and rural development, safety and security, immigration policies and programs, arts and culture, language, heritage development and preservation, technology and innovation, research and development. As the government, we therefore continue to push this agenda by promoting arts and culture and languages as per our resolutions, and we are inspired in doing this by the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. It is a known fact globally that a nation that does not know its history, a nation that has lost its cultural roots, is a lost nation. A Jamaican scholar, Marcus Garvey, argues that people without the knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture are like a tree without roots. The National Development Plan acknowledges that arts and culture open powerful spaces for debate about where a society finds itself and where it is going. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa provides for rights for all South Africans to use their languages and to participate in the cultural life of their own choice. Similarly, the Charter for African Cultural Renaissance, which was endorsed by the First African Union Conference of Ministers of Culture in 2005, also recognizes the role of culture in political emancipation and in economic and social development. As you have reiterated, Honorable Minister, the Department of Arts and Culture has got a core mandate that seeks to develop and promote arts and culture in South Africa and mainstream its role in social development, and also to develop and promote the official languages of South Africa and enhance linguistic diversity of the country, and also to improve and develop opportunities for South Africa's arts and culture nationally and globally through mutually beneficial partnerships, thereby ensuring sustainability of the sector. In the State of the Nation address, the President called upon us as a nation to promote the Constitution in schools and ensure that our children grow up with positive values and love for their country and its people. We are therefore pleased to note that the department is responsive to this mandate and also to the mandate of the NTP. For example, the NTP proposes that the pledge based on the Constitution's preamble be developed and be used in school assemblies. And the preamble should be displayed in the workplaces. And lastly, that all South Africans should be encouraged to learn an African language, and the government programs should work to make this a reality. In the 2014-15 annual performance plan of the department, this has already been acceded to. The department plans to distribute more than 15,000 poles and flags to different schools that are going to be listed as priorities, and further distribute more than 200,000 handheld flags in schools. This shows the commitment that the department has in aligning the activities of the NTP and also responding to the resolutions of the ruling party. We want to commend the department, and we have no doubt that it will achieve the vision of transforming society and uniting the country. We must support the department in this regard. With respect to the key strategic goals of the department that you have alluded to, Honorable Minister, that of Umzansi Golden Economy, we really do welcome the strategy because it is going to open up arts and culture and heritage sector, and is going to effectively and comprehensively contribute to the economic growth and job creation. We are also proud of the fact that the department has endeavored to create 50,000 jobs, and we have actually raised the bar to ensuring that at least by 2016, we are going to be able to create around about 200,000 jobs. With respect to the human capital development, we note that in your budget, we have also put aside some money to assist with the bursaries for those that are interested to go and study heritage and languages. I think this is a very important move, because whenever we visit the museums, you find that you barely come across Africans that know or are very well trained in actually working in the museums. So this is going to assist a great deal. With regard to access to information, we appreciate also the fact that you are going to build more libraries, especially in the rural areas. And further than that, Minister has said that those libraries are going to be stocked with material or books or information that people can be able to read or access and understand. We appreciate that very much, because we know that the rural areas have always been neglected, and the government of the day, the government of the African National Congress, is actually moving very close to the people, and that is highly appreciated. With respect to linguistic diversity, the department will establish linguistic diversity in a manner that facilitates equitable cultural expression by citizens and communities. Recently, Parliament has passed South African Language Practitioners Council Act, which provides for establishment of South African Language Practitioners Council. And then this council is going to assist by regulating and training language practitioners and controlling accreditation and registration of language practitioners, of course, working hand in hand with PENSALB. We also appreciate the move of actually recognizing the importance of training people in sign language, because the sector of the population also needs to be taken care of and integrated in terms of understanding what is happening around in their life world. With regards to international agreements, the department continues to cooperate with the international countries through international agreements. Recently, the department has made a move to sign a UNESCO Convention on the protection of underwater cultural heritage. The convention prohibits the commercial exploitation of underwater cultural heritage by regulating salvage activities through which we permit the system. Other important international agreement is the UNIDROIT Convention on Stolen or Illegally Exported Cultural Objects. The UNIDROIT Convention focuses on the recovery of stolen or illegally exported cultural objects and sets uniform rules and conditions for restitution of claims on stolen objects, as well as return claims on illegally exported cultural objects. As government, we need to claim all cultural objects which were stolen from us. In the 53rd ANC conference, we made a commitment that we'll work together with artists and other government institutes to ensure the protection of the artists, including the development of a strategy to fight piracy. In schools, we welcome the initiative of the department to place more than 200 artists in schools. We know that these artists are placed in schools and they will provide much support to both learners and educators. We encourage the department to continue working with the Department of Basic Education to ensure that the curriculum in schools meaningfully reflects true arts and culture. Additionally, we would like to see the two departments working together to ensure that language in education policy is fully implemented, working together to ensure that the language is fully implemented, as the ruling party in Mangaung conference resolved that an indigenous language policy, which seeks to ensure that one African language should be compulsory in schools, depending on the region, should be developed at least by 2014. We also appreciate the intention to raise monuments for heroes that have fought the struggle and have delivered freedom and democracy that we are enjoying today. With regards to the budget, we welcome the budget that has been allocated to the department of 3.5 billion, and we appreciate the increase of 20.9 billion. And we know that budget is going to be used effectively by the department to ensure that we improve the quality of life of the people of South Africa and also address the aspirations of the National Development Plan. Minister, with these few words, I want to say that we also do want to appreciate the good work that is being done to promote arts and culture and producing artists of note that are renowned, that have received awards either within the country and outside the country. Ngeke sibakhohlwe oBlack Mambazo esaziyo ukuthi banama awards abawatholile ngenxa yokukhuliswa kwamakhono ngaphakathi ezweni. Siyazi ukuthi futhi bakhona abantu abanye abaku acting industry noma sebeyekile lapha ku industry sebe decide ukujoyina iParliament kodwa bake bavela babonakalisa amakhono bese lapha ku industry.
Thank you, your time has expired.
Ukuthi sinalo lelo khono njengezwe ukuthuthukisa amakhono ama-artist nokubonakalisa ukuthi sikhuthalele ukuthi ezamasiko sithuthukise phambili. Thank you, Chairperson.
Siyabonga. The Honorable Mpambo Sibukwana.
Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputies of the NCOP, Honorable Members of the NCOP, seated guests in the House. I would first like to start off with a statement. Cultural diversity is a defining characteristic of humanity. This code embodies the primary aspects of arts and culture policy, which aims to balance the relationship between individualism and cooperation. The National Development Plan reflects the efforts of South Africa in an attempt of building a unified nation whilst protecting our diversity. It is thus, Minister, pivotal to understand that arts and culture has the ability to bring the people together in various ways. Pertaining specifically to the issue of culture, it is clear that as South Africans, we have a diverse cultural background. Because of this, I need to stress that an immense amount of tolerance needs to be practiced in order to build a common identity we can all be proud of, whilst creating opportunities for self-expression to the cultures and identities that enrich our nation. A primary example that I would like to focus on is that of Abahlali baseMjondolo in KwaZulu-Natal last year. Even though this can reflect upon as an issue of human settlement, but its core was based on cultural differences between AmaXhosa and AmaZulu, where AmaXhosa were told to go back to the Eastern Cape where they come from. This was a shock. AmaXhosa axelelwe ngabanye abantu abamnyama kodwa sonke siphansi kwamanguni isizwe samanguni. A real shock. I thus would like to pose this question, Minister. How do we as South Africans move forward in an attempt of building a common identity if we consistently trying to segregate ourselves, Minister, amongst each other? The DA would rather like to suggest that we find and establish creative ways to embrace.
There is a point of order.
Chair, if the member can take a question.
Are you prepared, Honourable Member, to take
No,
a
I'm not
question?
prepared.
She's not prepared, ma'am.
The DA would like to rather suggest that we find and establish creative ways to embrace these cultural differences that would prevent South Africans to be at war with themselves, or rather at ourselves. Moving along to the prospects of arts, Minister and Honourable Chairperson, in 1996, the government adopted a white paper on arts and culture and heritage, and its purpose was to generate an atmosphere conducive to promoting, shielding, and realizing the full potential of South African cultural and creative industries. The bill was thus supported and welcomed by all. However, 18 years down the line, the adoption of the bill, there have been far too many amendments of the composition and the role of this piece of legislation. There are various examples to illustrate the impact of these continuous amendments made on the Bill of Arts and Culture. For example, the role and functions of the African Heritage Resource Association, Sahara, often overlaps with and duplicates the mandate of the National Heritage Council, NHC. This reflects how impossible it is to implement government incentives when the bill is consistently revised all the time. This department needs to focus on solid, well-thought-out legislature in order to carry out the department's mandate. On the question of talent and industry, Minister, Honourable Chairperson, we as the DA realize that there is an undiscovered talent that resides in the rural areas that could contribute immensely to our arts and economy. However, because these individuals remain disadvantaged, they are thus unable to use their talent of expression. We are saying as the DA, we suggest that the department should nurture and nourish these talents. One way of doing it would be to fund more rural art initiatives, Minister. This would not only address the issue of rural South Africans being segregated and left behind in a disheartened atmosphere or unable to express their talents, but also the benefit will be in this to alleviate poverty. More jobs can be created if we can embrace this idea to create much needed opportunities. This is also within the vision of the National Development Plan. In the Mail and Guardian, it was revealed that the appalling state of Windbrow Theatre and the performing arts of the Free State are plagued by mismanagement. The big question, Minister, is how is Cultural Institution Act governing all these institutions? Furthermore, I want to reiterate, Minister, to say the DA wants to know what are you doing to ensure sound management of our arts and culture assets? Literacy. Honourable Chairperson, the Department of Arts and Culture also needs to take seriously the promotion and stimulation of literacy. Our economy is one of the largest in the continent, yet we are placed on the literacy rate lagging behind Zimbabwe. Honourable Chairperson, in 20 years of democracy, our musicians are still not reaching to the top due to a lack of limited opportunities. We have also seen the recent elections that other political parties were bullying and intimidating artists. Where is democracy in this? This is totally unacceptable, Honourable Minister. In conclusion, Honourable Chairperson, I would like to give some suggestion to the Minister on the way forward and to carry South Africa forward into tasting the real democracy. Improve, Minister, the efficiency of community at arts centers and promote community participation at the mass opportunity development centers. Secondly, encourage local government to support arts and culture from the mayor's office. Each province should establish its own arts festival and commit to financially support at least one flagship event per province. That's a good one. Make public funding available and accessible for exhibitions. This will benefit South Africans, and this is through democracy, which will focus on promoting cultural diversity across the racial divide. Offer national art rewards and fund a national art awards ceremony with the aim of attracting new audiences, even from overseas, to grow your economy and develop a stature of all artists. Facilitate private sector investment into art programs in order to provide support for the National Theatre. Honorable Chairperson Thandi Modise, Bitsowaka, Kiataba hore ke fumane sebakanyana hore kiri, Kiataba hore ke fumane sebakanyana kuri ho di honorable members tsa ntlo yena. This strategy opens opportunities that we're all speaking about, and in order to taste this democracy, all South Africans can enjoy and not just prophesy and promise again about the new South Africa when some people are tasting it and some people are not tasting it. Makube njalo kude kube ngunaphakade. Amen. Enkosi kakhulu, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Clarke.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair, Deputy Chair, the Chairperson of the House, Ministers and Deputy Ministers here, invited delegates, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen in the podium. I am talking under arts and culture, but specifically on arts. But I'm telling you, it is very difficult to separate the two. The mandate of the Department of Arts and Culture is derived from the Constitution of South Africa, which is the supreme law of this country. The main strategic objective of the Department of Arts and Culture is radical transformation of a society and uniting the country. The National Development Plan is a national policy framework under which the strategic planning and the APP annual performance plan of this department must align with its budget so that it can be able to radically transform the society as their main objective. Therefore, the department is mandated to maintain the values of humankind or human rights, the values such as promotion and protection of human dignity, respect, alleviation of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. To give effect to the above, they have to promote and open opportunities for jobs so as to give effect to the radical social, economic development in the arts industry. However, this industry is of a highly contested terrain. Moreover than not, the artists in filming and music are often discriminated through aging or maturing. You all know that in certain roles in the films, you cannot play that role once you have reached a certain age. It is only for that specific age, even though you have the talent. And aging is a natural process that no one has the power to stop. This discrimination impacts on the human dignity of the artist. I call for the department, under its strategic objective and the budget, to come up with a policy framework that will protect the human dignity of the artists of South Africa. It is again for the department to radically bring to an end the pirating practices and preserve the music products. This practice is not acceptable, and it will never change the lives of the artists to quality life. I want to commend the department for a good practice of developing and maintaining our heritage sites. However, I submit the department must come up with a strong monitoring and evaluation system or tool that will track the conditions of our monuments for facelifting. Once more, I commend the ANC-led government through this department for bringing the bones of Sarah Batman to her original home, which is South Africa. The linguistic diversity program has really advanced, and the ANC-led government is really doing well with it. We are indeed united in our diversity through language diversity. In Free State, I want to tell you a story, and a good story. We annually have what you call the Maangu Cultural Festival, or passionately called Makufe. I must tell you, it will be beginning very soon when the spring starts. I want to tell everybody that we are proud of the Makufe, because when it's ended. In the Free State, we have got money, we have got partners, we have got love, we are left with happiness, we all have the nice things. And I want to thank this department for that. In conclusion, I want to all of us to thank or commend the department for reserving or coming up with our parliamentary emblem, which we are proud of, which once you see, you identify yourself with the parliament, which is the highest institution in the land. When you look at the top, you see the sun, which is our South Africans, the protea, which is our people, the drum, which signifies the parliament, the book, which signifies the constitution, the book that actually preserves and protects our human dignity that was lost through apartheid, through its chapter 2, the Bill of Rights, which is the cornerstone of our democracy. I thank you.
Thank you very much. May I call on the Honorable MEC for Arts and Culture or Gauteng, the Honorable Bopape.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister Natim Tetwa, Honorable Ministers, Honorable members, and Honorable delegates from the National Council of Provinces. May I take this opportunity to acknowledge and appreciate the Minister for his encouraging and purposeful address, and also express Gauteng Province support to the budget. I'm honored and humbled to participate in the debate of the budget vote for the Department of Arts and Culture. In Gauteng, we remain committed to build the nation, enforce social cohesion, and contribute towards physical, emotional, and intellectual well-being of the society. We are also committed to addressing the triple challenges of inequality, poverty, and unemployment, which are faced by our people as articulated in the National Development Plan. Honorable members, Honorable Minister, I wish to eloquently highlight the former Minister of Arts and Culture when he spoke of the untapped golden economy located in this significant sector. Given the socio-economic disparities that largely characterizes South African economy, it is well within every department's mandate to ensure that we seek innovative ways not only to create jobs, to stimulate sectors which we serve in order to drive enterprise development, create feasible economic intervention, as well as broaden participation. Minister Mthethwa, the arts and culture industry remains one of the biggest yet untapped industries in our country, in our society. It is a sector which largely relies on intellectual property. It is able to mobilize society beyond race, class, creed, and allow many to derive economic emancipation through pure raw craft and talent. Our mandate as government must move beyond facilitation and mobilizing of stakeholders. Policy interventions are required in order to redirect the industry and ensure that there is a broad scope of participation, not just in smaller scale, but in the mainstream of the economy. Honorable members, Minister Mthethwa, we have an immense talent lingering in many disadvantaged communities due to the fact that their talent is not yet properly channeled into correct channels. These are people who are desperately seeking for other ways of means of survival. The industry has perceived as purely recreational. It's perceived as purely recreational. But in the true sense, this is another means of economic development and job creation, as we want to build an inclusive economy that creates jobs. I sincerely believe that the stimulation of this golden economy requires that sectors which were once perceived elite and only for the affluent must be redirected to our disadvantaged communities. This requires not only just engagement of stakeholders, but also to provide directive conditions to those that get immense funding from state to drive an economic transformational radical agenda. Our department has just concluded its short and long-term strategic planning and review session, which mapped out the annual performance plan for the 2015-16 financial year and a strategic plan for the 2019 term of office. These strategic and operational plans are informed by the ruling party's manifesto, medium-term strategic framework, national development plan, state of the nation, state of the province, Mzansi golden economy, and national sports recreation plan. The strategy recognizes the arts, culture, and heritage sectors and are playing a significant role in creating jobs and alleviating poverty. And we need to create an enabling environment and support mechanisms. Our key strategic goals on creative industry are: 1, to increase awareness about the industry to the people of Gauteng in order to improve an accessibility and support for creative arts. To identify and preserve heritage, including the promotion of national days and symbols. To inculcate a culture of reading and lifelong learning. To preserve and make accessible the archival records of the province, and lastly, to contribute to the developmental state and good governance. To promote financial ICT support to artists and to enable creation of works expressing, I just mentioned artists for those who did not hear, because people tend to close their ears when we speak. And ICT support to artists to enable the creation of works, expressing national creativity while opening space for a vibrant debate. To develop and facilitate plans to incorporate arts and culture curriculum in schools with appropriate educators' support. Honorable members, Minister, our approach is to achieve these strategic objectives guided by focusing on community development, by ensuring that communities become our partners in service delivery. We will also promote the modernization of systems with effective utilization of information, communication, and technology, e-governance to improve the efficiency in service delivery. All of these will be measured on tangible outcomes within our communities, which will benefit. And in pursuit of our mandate, we spearhead programs to celebrate the 20th year of our freedom and democracy. We share these celebrations with the families of our fallen heroes and heroines of the liberation struggle, who did not have a chance to fully enjoy the fruits of their selflessness to the new South Africa. During the month of June, which is dedicated to the youth, we opened the Youth Memorial Acre for the fallen heroes and heroines of June 16, 1976, in Soweto, next to Morris Isaacson High School, and laid Ruth to Hector Peterson, who was the first victim of the June 16 massacre. When our Premier delivered his inaugural State of Province address on the 27th of June this year, the Gauteng Province government chose the township of Thokoza as a venue, where we unveiled a monument of the late Simon Tuli and other fallen heroes and heroines who were victims of the murderous apartheid regime and its surrogates. During the month of August, we will continue to honor our women liberation heroines by hosting memorial lectures, memorial marches, and erecting women's monuments. We'll also commemorate the Boipato massacre and launch the liberation routes to market Gauteng as a preferred destination for arts and culture. Major events during this will be the order of the day. This is aimed at ensuring future generations never forget our past. On the 13th of December, we will host a remembrance walk in Tshwane in memory of the late Tata Madiba, as the first democratic president who laid in state at the Union Building. We will be mapping and establishing the Gauteng Heritage Route, Liberation Route, to preserve liberation history as a catalyst project in Gauteng. This Remembrance Day is envisaged to be celebrated on an annual basis. We'll also launch the Vets Theatre Development Program and co-host the Gauteng Carnival Parade with the city of Johannesburg. The Carnival Parade, I should mention that it will then be located in Tshwane, because we have to be recognizing all those freedom and liberation routes and make sure that it reminds our people on a daily basis. We'll endeavor to transform the fine and audio arts by broadening exposure to markets and increasing access to the industry. Some of the activities. May I conclude, Chairperson, by just mentioning the fact that we are being allocated 714 million for this current financial year. And from this allocation, the arts and culture programs are allocated 95.4 million.
Is it a point of order, sir?
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You are on a point of order?
Yes, Chairperson. I just wanted to know, is it parliamentary for a member to play games in the House on that laptop? Yeah. Thank you.
Honourable members, if it is true that members are playing games in the House, it is not only parliamentary, it also reduces the seriousness with which we take this House and the seriousness with which the country views this House. Members, are you playing games in the House? Honorable Member, are you misleading the House and the Chair in saying that the members are playing a game?
No, Chairperson, I would not do that. I saw it. The honorable member in the middle played games. Thank
The
you.
honorable member is ordered forthwith to desist from playing games in this House. Whatever it is, ma'am. Honorable member, I'm addressing you. Please stand. Whatever it is that you were doing, if it is viewed by any other member of this House as a game, and that you are not actually giving us the respect and the attention we want, desist.
Yes, Chairperson.
Thank you. We invite to the podium the Honorable Mokoena.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and members of the House. Let me start by giving a history. Let me start by giving a short history of where we come from in the arts and culture sector in the African continent. In 2008, heads of states and their ministers of the arts and culture met in Nairobi in Kenya and penned down a continental mandate which came to be known as the Nairobi Plan of Action. This plan was a culmination of previous mandate called the Dakar Plan of Action, which happened in 1992. In these meetings, African states aimed at achieving one thing: to carve out a developing sector, regulated and protected. There were many other such meetings throughout the history of Africa. There was the Abuja Declaration and the Charter for the Cultural Renaissance, which was led by the Honorable Thabo Mbeki. The mandate was one, ladies and gentlemen, and it remains the same: to develop, to regulate, and to protect the African creative economy. Africa realizes the need to convert a loose and unregulated sector into a proper and directional economy. In 2009, the now President of South Africa, Honorable J.G. Zuma, presided over a meeting of artists at the Sandton Convention Center in Johannesburg. This meeting was convened by the then ANC Youth League leadership in the form of Honorable Floyd Nikwa Shivambu and the Honorable Julius Sillo Malema. The mandate given, I said 2009. The mandate given to the department at that meeting was one: the need to develop, to regulate, and to protect the South African creative economy. In 2012, I myself sat here in the premises of this parliament with the Portfolio Committee of the Arts and Culture, and I outlined to them the need to develop, to regulate, and to protect the South African creative economy. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, in 2014, and we're listening to the Department of Arts and Culture telling us that they are chasing an agenda of social cohesion. Yet the sector remains unregulated. It remains underdeveloped and highly unprotected from outside forces. We do not have a proper database today, honorable members, of what talent we have in this country. The Department of Labor is still not sure how to define artists in the labor space. The culture sector is still largely in the hands of white monopoly, and local content is still on the back foot and the sector unprotected from foreign production forces. But here we are today, chasing an agenda of social cohesion under the auspices of the NDP. How did we get here? We got here when culture became an electoral non-essential. When the elite of a neoliberal and changed liberation movement put the culture of the poor in the back burner.
Is that a point of order, ma'am?
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Is it parliamentary, Chair, that a member will come and present his case as a person?
Honorable members, members of the House, order, order. Members of the House represent even the tiniest of voices in the constituencies of South Africa. And therefore, I will allow that the member can represent himself and his sector. Please continue, Honourable Member.
Honourable Chair, there's a need to decentralize the culture sector so people from provinces other than Gauteng and Western Cape can practice their cultural activities in the comfort of their cultural homes. We need to support township arts and create giants of the previously disadvantaged. We thank the legends of old to whom we owe our allegiance.
That's another point of order, ma'am.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Just want to find out with the Honourable Member if he will take a question.
Honourable Member, are you prepared to take a question?
No, Honourable
He's
Chair.
not prepared, ma'am.
There is a need to decentralize the culture space so people from provinces other than Gauteng and the Western Cape can practice their cultural activities in the homes of their culture. We need to support township arts and create giants of the previously disadvantaged. We thank the legends of old to whom we owe our allegiance, but the time to create a new sector with proper economic goals has come. And lastly, we need arts and culture in schools, Honourable Minister. And let me just put in one more thing. In 2010, we sat in a meeting that was convened by the Department of Arts and Culture in Newtown, at which the Department of Arts and Culture outlined to us that that Treasury under the New Growth Path had given out a 14.2 billion rand to the sector. That 14.2 billion rand, the department in fact enforced on the sector that they were going to build, amongst other things, they were going to build a national arts academy, and they were going to build a thing called an art bank. That 14.2 billion is still not accounted for even today. And we still do not have the art bank, and we do not have the National Arts Academy. What happened to that money, and when can we see the fruits of that money? Thank you, Adam.
Thank you, sir. Is the point of order still relevant, Honourable Member? Metlake, do you still want to raise it? Thank you. The Honourable Kaula.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Nyambose Mhlonishwa, colleagues, honored guests, among whom I've seen the legend Ubaba uBhodloza Nzimande, without whom umculo kaMaskandi, umculo wesicathamiya, nomculo womqashiwe ungaba ukho la ukhona namhlanje. Siyathokoza Mphephethu. The Department of Arts and Culture will spend the bulk of its budget allocation amounting to 2.2 billion, 61.4% on Program 4. This program caters for the increase of access to community libraries and heritage institutions. When Arts and Culture provides the library infrastructure to communities in Nyambose, the infrastructure is left in the hands of local municipalities for upkeep and administration. This provides a huge financial burden to the already financially strained municipalities when they have to budget for maintenance and salaries of library staff. Libraries provided by the department to our communities are a necessary and essential service to the communities, especially the rural communities where libraries are a new phenomenon. But this service remains an unfunded mandate to municipalities. The national department, along with the provincial departments, should speed up the process of provincializing libraries in order to ease this burden from the municipalities. The National Heritage Council Act 1999 provides for the protection of buildings and structures of cultural significance older than 60 years to be preserved. Any alteration and or demolition of such a structure without permission from the relevant authorities is a punishable offense. This legislation is non-implementable. Municipalities who approve plans for buildings are either not aware of this legislation or they ignore it. In the cases where transgressors are caught, usually, Nyambose, the National Prosecuting Authority declines to prosecute because there is lack of expertise in the country with regard to the field of archaeology. Honorable Minister, this is a very specialized field and very few institutions in the country offer this. Lack of specialists in the country on archaeology dampens most efforts to preserve the country's heritage properly in this respect. The department is tasked to lead outcome 14 of the 2014 to 19 medium-term strategic framework. That is nation building and social cohesion. As a key action, the department in its presentation says that it will achieve this through the use of national national days as a platform for promoting constitutional values. But Honorable Minister, we all know that the events of these national days are usually turned into rallies of a political party nationally, provincially, and locally. Therefore, this key action will not be achievable and social cohesion will suffer. Some time ago, Arts and Culture started programs to empower South African artists, especially in the field of music. This collaboration is a good partnership. It even started joint measures to stop music piracy. This needs to be promoted because South African musicians and artists have not yet reached the levels where they ought to be, both image-wise and financially, and I'm glad that the Honourable Minister addressed this point. The Constitution of South Africa recognizes all 11 official languages as equal. This equality still remains theory in some instances. Practically, English and Afrikaans still remain the dominant commercial languages in our country. The use of Official Language Act and the South African Languages Practitioners Council Act were pieces of legislation that were designed to address this inequality. But implementation is either slow or not happening. Language barriers still deny millions of South Africans access to government facilities, public and official documents, and information. The implementation timeframes need to be adhered to and penalties exercised. Ngiyathokoza, Nyambose, nsizwa ngakithi.
Thank you, Honorable Kaula. You are always exemplary in keeping to your time. The Honorable, the Chairperson, Kennedy Munyimuratu.
Honorable Chairperson of NCOP, Honorable Minister of Arts and Culture, all Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Chairperson of the Select Committee of Education and Recreation, members of the Executive Council, ladies and gentlemen. South Africa is a better place to live in than many years ago. The advent of the democratic dispensation, we are proud to be of the unfolding and accelerated change for the betterment of the lives of Africans in particular and the blacks in general. We have witnessed the unprecedented provision of basic necessities to the majority of population of our beloved country, including the far-flung areas. Our people are gradually realizing their dreams, pursuing their God-given talents in many aspects of their lives, including artistic, heritage, and cultural spheres. It is therefore important, Honorable Chairperson, to confirm that our people are on the right direction to real freedom and reaping the rewards of our hard-won democracy. In Limpopo, we have made inroads in all areas of arts, culture, and heritage services. Our people have immensely benefited from many programs and projects that were implemented in communities across the province. we have, in the previous financial year, activated library services with ICT infrastructure in many of our rural areas. We have, through collaborations and with municipalities and Department of Public Works, delivered our mandate of library provision to the following districts: Gaphatla in Skukuni, Mutale in Wembe, Makowe in Waterberg, Shiluvane in Mopani, Mulepo village in Capricorn. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, we are continuing to reincarnate and to restore pride to our people by encouraging the usage of previously marginalized languages through literature competitions and through many other efforts such as sign workshops, Mother Tongue Day celebrations, and many others. We have also managed to provide translation services to other departments in various languages, including Sindebele, Chivenda, Sipedi, Sitsonga, English, and Afrikaans. We have currently translated 8 documents into Braille. We can proudly pronounce that we have finalized agricultural terminology consisting of 5,000 agricultural terms, 1,329 museum collections were made as part of an e-heritage project. Honorable Chairperson, many of our upcoming and artists are struggling to break into artistic market due to inadequate resources. The recent project of I Can Sing competition was aimed at unearthing artistic talent from the historically disadvantaged communities. I can, without any iota of doubt, Honorable Chairperson, that we have made a difference in the lives of many, because those who went through the competition received recording deals, and some are now able to put bread on the table. However, funding contributed for its early demise. Nonetheless, it is encouraging, Honorable Chairperson, to witness how this caring government continues to bring hope to the hopeless, bread for the hungry, water to the thirsty, arts and culture to the many, and heritage service to the unpatriotic. Honorable Chairperson, we are intending to roll out more projects and programs to our people, which will include the building of the provincial theatre, the final touches to be made to the provincial archives building to ensure it is fully functional. Some of the tasks that lie ahead include the following: revival of Limpopo Arts and Culture Council, resuscitation of moral regeneration movement, reactivation of Limpopo Geographical Names Committee, the re-engineering of Limpopo Heritage Resource Council, hosting of the annual Mapungubia Arts and Cultural Festival, Kuluma Vukani. This and many other programs and projects have a noble goal of uplifting the standard of living of our people. Honorable Chairperson, we believe that the teething challenges of resource allocation to our province in respect of this endeavor shall be positively looked at. The little we received made an impact. However, we are acutely under-resourced. There is a dire need for proper and effective coordination between national and provincial departments to ensure smoother program implementation, like the Moamita and upcoming Helen France projects. Major infrastructure projects are at times not fully completed on time by implementing agents which resulted in underspending and eventually withholding of conditional grants, and we hope that you re-look into the better way of resolving same. Honorable Chairperson, together we can continue to push Limpopo and South Africa forward. Na cancer. I thank you, Kyalabora, Ndolebo, dear Tokoza, Bayadanki.
He can send off. The Honorable MEC for Cultural Affairs and Sports in the Western Cape, Honorable Mbombo.
Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the Minister of Arts and Culture, Mhlonishwa Natim Tetwa, and his deputy, the other national ministers who are here and their deputies, the MECs, then honorable members of this House, chairpersons and chief executives of public entities, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Molweni. We thank the Minister of Arts and Culture for tabling his budget. The 3.5 billion apportioned to the work of this department can do a lot if managed well and spent wisely. The mandate of the arts and culture can often be seen as an intangible one, in that one cannot measure the extent to which this department has achieved social cohesion, or the extent to which you have managed to promote cultural diversity and South Africa's heritage. With that being a challenge, it does not negate the importance of the department and the work it does. The National Development Plan prescribes clearly the role that arts and culture ought to play, and by extension, my department in the Western Cape government. The NDP states, I quote, "Arts and culture opens powerful spaces for engagement about where society finds itself and where it is going. Promoted effectively, the creative and cultural industries can contribute substantially to small business development, job creation, urban development, and renewal," I close quote. With that in mind, I can fully commit that under my leadership within the Western Cape, we will work to achieve this goal prescribed by the NDP for the next 5 years. We have managed to achieve a tremendous amount in the past 5 years, and we will continue to fully utilize the budget allocated to us by the national government. Chairperson, the Minister spoke at length about the establishment of Mzansi Golden Economy and the establishment of creative art incubators across the country. We are in support of this initiative. It will allow for the honing of local talent and skills, prove to be the feeder system for the private companies, both locally and internationally, to discover the talent and a unique way of government to provide support to the arts. Most importantly, the Mzansi Golden Economy will breathe the life of the vision of the NDP, using the arts as an economic stimulus. With the requisite support, artists will be able to create work opportunities, not only for themselves, but for members of their communities as well. Indeed, we can start seeing artists who are far more economically active through the use of their skills. And we have no doubt that we are a country of great ideas, but unfortunately, most of the time, we are not always great at effective implementation. Honorable Chairperson, South Africa is not lacking in innovative ideas that could change the world, but they need effective implementation only brought about by fierce political will in order to change their lives. We hope that the Minister will ensure that the creative arts incubators become a reality and not just incubators of jobs for PALs and gross management. Great initiatives such as Film Fund that the Minister has proposed will go a long way in providing support to local filmmakers and by extension, growing our film industry. In regard to White Paper on Arts, Culture and Heritage of 1996, Honorable Chairperson, the Western Cape government welcomes the move by the Minister to finally review the White Paper. This has been a long time coming. It has been 18 years to be exact. The purpose of this legislation was to create an environment conducive to promoting and realizing the full potential of South African culture and creative industries. The bill was supported and welcomed by all when it was conceptualized and brought before the National Assembly. The reasons for its delays is a simple of a too many cooks spoil the broth scenario. We sincerely hope that the new minister and his renewed vigor and strength can finally see this white paper finalized. In regard to the patriotism toolkits, the Honorable Chairperson, Minister Tetwa has announced that 34 million rands has been earmarked to roll out patriotism toolkits, which include the national flag and charts depicting the national government symbols, instructions on how to sing the national anthem, and how to stand correctly when it is being sung. While we welcome this move and fully support the rolling out of such information to South Africans, this amount is excessive and could be put to better use. We are of the firm belief that patriotism cannot only be taught or implanted. For example, we need to give the requisite support to our local artists so that they may begin to inspire the nation. Some of the money can be utilized to support this. We need to find ways to reach even the most remote areas in this country, for example, to bring libraries to reinvigorate the young and old minds while unlocking the potential. If we invest in young people through art and through the provision of more libraries, we'll begin to see South Africans representing us on the scene of the world stage, flying our flag high. That, Chairperson, inspires patriotism, and that inspires the national pride. Now, in regard to Robben Island maintenance, Honorable Chairperson, the state of one of our most valued heritage sites, Robben Island, is an indictment on this government. It has got a historical icon in this country, one that represents a painful history and a painful story of a nation that is resilient with a strong sense of what is right and wrong. To allow Robben Island to depreciate the way it has over the last couple of years is a blemish on national government's record. RIM, Robben Island Museum, has been mired in numerous financial scandals. In 2008, the CEO, the COO, the CFO were suspended due to allegations of financial mismanagement. That same year, the island received a disclaimer from the Auditor General. This is in addition to the embarrassing fair use, which has been a recurring issue.
Is that the shift for the ma'am? Go ahead, MEC.
Okay. On. Honorable Chairperson, we are here requested by the Minister to come and table our budget. And I thought the MEC, when she was called to the podium, she would then table the budget of the Western Cape in as far as arts and culture is concerned, not debate the speech of the Minister. Thank you.
I will come back on that. The Honorable von Lingen. Is that another point of order?
Chairperson, that was not a point of order.
Honorable members, thank you very much for assisting me. I will come back on the House as to whether or not an MEC or a member, a special delegate, can deviate or not from their, the purpose of coming here. For now, I think we should allow the MEC Western Cape to continue. Continue, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The Department of Public Works, which was tasked with the general upkeep of this government asset, has failed at every return in regard to this. That is why the Western Cape government has been calling for the national government to relinquish some management responsibilities for fast implementation of a turnaround strategy. With regards to the ongoing problems with the ferry system used as a mode of transport to the island, we propose that this process be opened up also to private companies making use of experts in this regard. We can improve access to the island and alleviate disappointments created by this ferry, because currently the island is using private ferries, because all 4 of them, of theirs, currently not working. Collaboration between the Minister Mtetwa's department and the Western Cape Department of Cultural Affairs and the private sector, for example, have yielded some of the better results. And we have seen this intergovernment collaboration working extremely well with the projects like the Artscape in the city of Cape Town, with the Department of National Arts and Culture funding and the provincial government commitment to overseeing the day-to-day running of the infrastructure. It continues to be an asset. For example, the Artscape Theatre Complex has now become an incubator of smaller organizations where they are mentored through all the stages, not only to perform professionally in their own environment, but to eventually end up on the stage of Artscape. And this is how the different spheres of government can work together. And I have no doubt that this example can be replicated with the Robben Island Museum. Going forward, we hope that the Minister will also heed our call for the establishment of provincial arts festivals and commit to financially supporting at least one flagship event per province. We would also like to engage the Minister and his department on the proposal to establish a national art bank that will be responsible for procuring and curating artworks from established and emerging artists in public buildings and South African embassies. We would like to see an improvement in the efficiency of community arts centers. 52 community arts centers were constructed in the 9 provinces with international donor funding. In many provinces, these art centers are still not operating effectively. Taking art to every corner of the country allows access to every South African, regardless of who they are and where they live. Community centers could
Point of order, ma'am.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, she's really out of order now, because she is not presenting a budget as a Western Cape. As MEC was a Western Cape, she's talking about national projects. I think she is out of order.
Thank you, Honorable Dlamini. You are expressing your opinion. I have appealed to the House to allow me to come back to this House to express on the limitations or no limitations as to what the special delegates can do or not do in the House. Allow me that space. It would also help me a little bit, MEC, if you could also try and get back into, for instance, the Western Cape and the budget. Thank you very much. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We look forward to showing the Minister the mass participation opportunity and access development and growth centers, MOD centers, that can be used to promote community participation in the arts. The MOD centers, which operate after hours, are a unique platform at which we engage school kids in a multifaceted approach. Local artists through the assistance from Artscape, for example, and from small community-based organizations and bigger organizations such as the Dance for All, in collaboration with our department, assist in offering free dance classes, for example. They become helpful in identifying talent in these centers, nurture and provide ongoing support and creating opportunities for young people to thrive in this field. We hope that the Minister will be open to ideas from across all political lines so that we can realize the outcome 14 of the NDP in transforming society and uniting the country. That is the beauty of the arts. Honorable Chairperson, thank you.
Very much. Honorable members, I think before I call the next speaker, the sore point perhaps is around the discussions which I picked up even in one of the debates previously around Robben Island. As a former chairperson of Robben Island Museum, I must say that this position from the Western Cape has been presented before, that there is a feeling amongst all the other provinces of South Africa that Robben Island also belongs to them. And I'm not sure that entering into a debate on whether or not the administration or the running of Robben Island must go to one province is a debate that we will win in this House. As a former political prisoner, I just know how sensitive we also are about the affairs of Robben Island on both sides of the divide. So it would be good to allow for the ministers, both public works and arts and culture, to be given the space to go into this matter. I now wish to call on the Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Angicale ngokubingelela umhlonishwa umthethwa, umhlonishwa Olifants, umhlonishwa Nxesi. Ngibingelele uChief Whip, ma-MECs, labuya kuma-province lahlukene, malunga abahlonishwa bala ku-NCOP. Uma ngabe kukhona lababuya kuSalga, ngibabingelele. Ngithi lishonile bekunene. Angibonga kakhulu inkulumo yakho mhlonishwa mthethwa, ibe yinhle kakhulu. Iyakhombisa ukuthi uma ngabe njengoba sitokwenda konke lokubhalwe lapha ya manje kwenda ezi department, uma sicedzile kwenda tonke letinhlelo etilapha ya siyoba abantu labangcono emva kwalokho. Siyabonga kakhulu. Thina ke select committee siyalisupporta kakhulu leliphakelo timali loli thulile kithi ekomitini nala endlini. Siphinze sisho ukuthi sitoba khona sonke isikhathi sin support as a department ngoba ingathi sinabantu, in particular as ama individuals, it is talking directly to us. If implemented, we will be a better nation. Angicale ke mhlonishwa ngokukhuluma ngenzaba ye-social cohesion. Le labaningi labakhuluma ngayo la endlini la ukuthi ayendeki injani itheni kwende njani. It takes a person who reads with an understanding ukuthi eve ukuthi kukhulunywa ngani. Just ku annual performance plan ye department lena leyethulwa lapha yasihleli siyikomiti umember lilunga Mpambo lapha alunga khona beka khona unawo amaphepha khona ama documents wafundzile kodwa ke bayahluleka ukunderstand ukuthi isho kusini. Just want to read the first paragraph go forward. You can fail to read the whole document, but if forward you cannot miss it. The first paragraph yaga minister iti the APP has as its main goal the deepening and expansion of the gains the ANC-led government ubhale ukuthi department lo ANC ubhalwe ngimi has made thus far in promoting social cohesion, nation building and national healing. I-national healing sikhulume ngayo kakhulu kwabasawanyana idolo ukuthi lento ye healing iyafuneka. It is intended to build on the foundation laid over the 20 years of freedom and democracy to ensure that the art, culture and heritage sector takes its rightful place in the ongoing process of socio-economic transformation. Central to the realization of this outcome are the department's plan working with social cohesion advocates to convene more community conversation and activities aimed at bringing communities across the country together. These conversations and activities are an opportunity for South Africa to dialogue amongst and all be proud of. First paragraph. Hambo funza member uminisa weltigo. Ekhulunywa ngalo dlame lolukhona lathi lube khona phakathi kwamaXhosa.
Point of order, Honorable Mpambo. Thank you, ma'am. Honorable. Please do so, Honorable Dlamini.
Amazulu axosha khona amaXhosa. Siyathi kuyi plan luhlelo ukuthi vele ikhona lento kanti bekune third force. Endiwa ngile party yabo lena hlelo yini.
Point of order, sir. Please hold your horses, Honorable Member.
Honorable behind all that, because she was referring that the party is behind the third force.
May I be allowed the time to go back to the script? and come back to the House.
Ngiqhubeke ngibuye ngithi baqhubeka khona nala eParliament. Just when uMinister waka Khokta presenta ibudget yakhe la, ba set up honorable member Chetty Indian against Indian. Luhlelo la ukuthi alwe naye. So bakujwayele vele loku. And that is why maybe, I said maybe earlier, that is why maybe I created that particular example and left everything else that has been said. And again, Tinage Sintlangano, the Holayo, the African National Congress, Luhlelo Lethu Lolu lokwakha abantu, as a leading party, a leader in society, say and invite nonke ma political parties, ukuthi nisjoyine, ukuthi sakhe le South Africa yethu lenhle. Kuyamangalisa nje kakhulu ke esihlalo wale council le ukuthi make longanga honorable ngiyabona le honorable ngifuna umkhohla honorable Bambos Bukwana akhulume ngalo luhlelo said on the speech of the minister. And because ubhalelwe ngilaba mbhalelayo kumbe ngimedemo kumbe ngibani angathi uyaqhubeka uyafunza at her age.
Honorable
Nkosi and honorable chairperson ngicela ubuza ukuthi yena kabhalelwanga ubhasi wakhe uDibiya.
Honorable member, are you prepared to respond to the question?
Ukuthi mina le data education endifumene njengaye ayikhanyi ndenze lento.
Honorable member, you stood on a matter on a point of order. We asked the member on the podium to respond to you. You were not given the opportunity to do a toing and froing between the two members. That shall not be allowed. Please continue, member. Honorable Nyambi,
it's a point of order. Is it
Yes,
parliamentary for Honorable Spukwane, Mbambo Spukwane, to refer to Honorable DPR as Baswake DPR? So can she withdraw that?
Honorable Spukwane, please withdraw the reference to the Honorable DPR, who doesn't look like a bus at all. Please withdraw the reference to the Honorable member, the word bus.
I withdraw.
Thank you, ma'am. Honorable Dlamini, please continue. Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you very much. The records of this House have to be factually correct. It is not the job description of Honorable De Beer to write people's speeches. He doesn't do that. So the member should withdraw the whole mini speech that she made referring to Honorable De Beer. Thank you.
There is a point of order. Honorable Long, do you want to tackle the point of order raised on the other?
I want to add to that point of order that the Honourable Chief Whip said, because in this House, so many ANC speakers stood up and said other people wrote the DA speeches. So let's tag to that point of order and then make a ruling on both the points of order, please.
Honourable, thank you very much. Let us deal with the first point of order by the Chief Whip of the NCOP. Honorable Mpambo Shibukwan, are you willing to withdraw the remarks referring to the Honorable DBS as having written the speech of the Honorable member on the podium? The other part you have already withdrawn. Yahoklasis. On the addition to the point of order as raised by the Honorable Lord, the Honourable member alleges that the members have been making speeches on the other speeches of DA members having been written by other people. The honorable members of the DA are advised that they should stand up at a particular moment when an allegation on anything is made so that we deal with points at that time. Because what is happening now is that... I am speaking, ma'am. Will you take your seat? So that we do not now respond situnugana. When it happens, tackle it at that point. But members, you are now instructed. Please stop the reference to members of this House reading speeches prepared for them. Because you cannot prove. It is a matter of your own personal opinions. You are deducing, you are deducting, you are concluding. You have no proof. Can we have an understanding on that? Thank you very much. Honorable Lebaskachne.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. On a point of order, as you ruled now, I would like to request the Honorable Delamini to withdraw the reference that she made that Honorable Mapambu did not write her own speech. Mapambu Sibikwana didn't write her own speech. Thank you.
Honorable Dlamini. The Honorable Lebaskachne says that she's standing on a point of order. She requests that we request you to withdraw. The point you make that the Honorable Mpambo Sibukwane's speech was written by somebody else.
Oh, no. I wonder, but umangabe ayive ngathi ngithi ubhalelwe cha ngiya withdraw.
Siyabonga sisi qhubekeka.
Okay. One is wondering, Honorable Chairperson, ukuthi I'm asking myself, at her age, because very close to mine, ngesikhathi umzabalazo beka kuphi. I'm wondering, I'm just saying wondering, I'm starting with that word. Akusingibonjele bebasiceba emaphoyiseni size sigijinyiswe kangaka. I'm just asking myself. Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, when it comes to issue ya Mkwena.
Honorable Shipambo Shibukwane, you are on the floor, Honorable.
Diabulela mhlonipheki ohleli ngaphambili. Awunibonanga kudala ndixofa apha. Awunibonanga
sis.
Yes, awunibonanga ndikubonile nawe unibonanga. Ndifuna ukucacisa into yokuba ubeka imeko yoxhomekeko. Uthi sengathi ubonisa imeko yoxhomekeko njengamntu okhe wafundisa isiXhosa. Ingakumbi xa ibekwe phambi kwesivumelanisi nesenze. Xa ubeka imeko yoxhomekeko ngolo hlobo, ibonisa ungaqiniseki. Ndifuna into yokuba uqiniseke because uyithethile kule ndlu. Bangamangqina bebonke. Phambi komhlali ngaphambili wathi ndibhalelwe. Ndifuna ukuxelela iGata Education yami indisebenzele njengoba nawe ikusebenzele. Andifuna ukuxhathiswa.
Honorable Member.
Ndifuna icacisa nje ka.
Ucacisile ukuthi
acica ukukade emhlophe ehlungwini. Komvo bhokwe.
Ndiyabonga sisi, can you please take your seat? I don't know if the translation has reached all ears. The Honorable Member, icacile, she says she's speculating and therefore does not have facts. Can I take the Honorable Nkuku? Honorable Chief Whip, I will acknowledge you.
Enkosi sihlalo walendlu. Ndicela ukubuza okokuba ingaba indlela yokuthethana into yokuba umuntu athi umzekelo honorable Van Lingen athi this is rubbish ehousing.
It is not parliamentary. It is actually an indlela yokuthetha. Ubuthe umzekelo, are you saying that the Honorable von Lingen has said kuthethwa rubbish in the house? Honorable von Lingen?
Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Member.
The Speaker inferred that Honorable Tandi came from somewhere and that she was wondering whether she was a secret agent or something. That is what the translation said. That's what the translation said. And I just got very worked up. If I upset you or if the translation was wrong, then I apologize and I will withdraw. But this whole battering about the speech and the insults and the inferences is getting out of hand. I find it amazing.
Honorable members, let us behave like adults. And let us go back to respecting the House and its processes. Whether or not the members are toing and froing and trading insults does not merit the House being reduced to what it is being reduced to. Honorable von Lingen, withdraw the word "this is rubbish."
I withdraw the word rubbish and I hope it goes with it. Thank you.
Excuse me. You hope what goes with what, Honorable von Lingen?
Chairperson, I
Calm
withdraw
down.
the word rubbish and I hope that that will be the end of the conversation about it.
Thank you. The Honorable Chief Whip.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I am covered. I was going to rise on the same point.
Thank you, ma'am. Will you please round up with Honorable Dlamini? You actually still have 2 minutes.
Yeah. Owami ke ubas boss Honorable His Excellency President Jacob Zuma, not the honorable member as referred to. When it comes to honorable member Kwena, I was wondering why you are here, because really you're doing very well out there, acting. But now saying you don't defend my interests, and you were protected by the chairperson when I was asking this issue. But I must say that, Honorable Minister, you have a very good artist here, which is being wasted, sitting here talking with us instead of performing out there. We need to resolve those things that he said we must resolve. As I conclude, Honorable
Order. Muhadi Mukwena, is it a point of order?
Yes, Honorable Chair. I'm just wondering if the Honorable Member is referring to another Honorable Member as a waste.
Oh, sorry.
Is it parliamentary?
Waste, it will not be parliamentary with Honorable Dlamini withdraw.
No, Bengisho Italian, not member.
The word, okay. Honorable Mukwena, if the member says that the honorable member is waste or a waste, that would be unparliamentary. If the honorable member says wasted talent, that would not be unparliamentary. And that puts paid to this. Honorable, are you questioning the ruling I have made on this?
I'm asking for clarity.
Yes.
What I heard, and perhaps we should go back to the Hansard, was that the honorable member is wasted. That means that he is a waste. Can we go back to the Hansard and then clarify if the honorable member should withdraw the word wasted or not?
I can go back to, please sit down, Ndati. I can go back to Hansard. The Honorable Member Mukwena stood up to say that it is unparliamentary to be referred to as an honorable member as waste or wasted. The honorable member Dlamini then says, I'm sorry, I meant wasted talent, and I ruled on that. And I want to reiterate that ruling. If the honorable member Dlamini referred to wasted talent, then there is nothing unparliamentary about it. If the member Dlamini referred to an honorable member as a waste or wasted, then there is something very wrong with that. Because your rule on what defines what is parliamentary and not parliamentary says that you will not reflect on the person who is the honorable member of this House. In what she says and shifting to wasted talent, she, frankly speaking, Honorable Mokoena, escapes from the rule. I have said I will look at the rule at Hansard, and if it needs be, we will come back to this ruling. For now, I am not taking any hands on this matter. Are you standing on a different matter, Mr. Mitilene? Honorable Mitilene.
Something, Madam Chair. I think what Honorable Dlamini is doing, or she's just, I don't know whether she's displaying her skills, but I would do
that is not a point of order.
What she's doing is character assassination.
That is not a point of order.
I think that is character assassination.
That is not a point of order. Please take your seat. All the other matters which were of concern to different members in this House, in the different parties, have been raised. Those that we are able to deal with, we have dealt with. Those that she had to withdraw, she has withdrawn. That, the last one, is the one that we are saying. We are going to look at the records. If needs be, we will come back. Please continue, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Ngiyaxolisa for tonke tonotam. Ku Honorable Member Kawula, ucomplaina ngenzaba yokukhuluma English everywhere, but yena ngokwakhe, as he was saying that bayakhuluma English. Manje angathi ukuthi usakwenteke njani Kawula, you must walk the talk.
Is that a point of order, Honorable Kawula?
Yalo ngisihlalo wami.
Intoni mhlolisho wami?
Awusihlalo wami ohloniphekile. Uyasifaka ehlathini. Angishongo njengobesho. Akangasho ke ngakushongo sihlalo, ngiyayicelela nje.
Honorable Dlamini, the honorable member says he didn't say so.
No, it's fine, nakangasho, but he was talking about languages. But my issue with him is that as he was saying that, he was speaking English. He himself, that's what I'm saying. So as I conclude, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, MEC, we province, Yase Western Cape. I'll just pick one thing. 2, 1, e-job creation. Laboratory creator la Western Cape. Just the day before yesterday, we heard Uguti. Out of, it was an example from Minister Waga Trade and Industry. Out of 100 jobs that were created, 80,000 of them were created for the whites. 20,000 was for the blacks. I wonder, Uguti, ukuluma ngale umsebenzi ukuthi yena being here as she is, ufuna ukupromota leyo nto leyo yini. And also in the patriotism, I'm surprised ukuthi worried ukuthi sifuna ukuthi gcaba thina ngebuntu bethu as South Africans go to America. In almost each and every
Honorable Lund, on a point of order.
Honourable Chair, the Honourable Speaker is misleading this House. If she wants to throw around statistics, find the real statistics, the correct statistics, and make reference to them. But don't just throw figures around in the House misleading the House.
Honorable Dlamini, you were quoting who on the 80-20% job creation figures?
Yes, Honorable Chair, it was not a thumbs up. It was said here, Minister even gave them a website address and the author of the statistics, lapha thole khona lama figures, and the honorable member was in the House when the minister was talking. In conclusion, Honorable Minister,
You are referring to the debate and the response of the Minister Ndate Patel.
yes. Okay. I'm referring to that debate, Honorable Minister.
I was also in the House.
Yes. Then the last one, Honorable Minister Mthethwa, request issue a geographical names change. It's a very good program if you were to talk about nation building and reconciliation. Ukususa lamagama langasikahle, just to restore our dignity. Sibona ngathi ihamba kancane kakhulu, and leliphakelo letimali elifakwe kulo hlelo lolo luncane. Siyacela ke nje ukuthi lamanye ama political parties, if usifuna kwakha le South Africa, as join to drive this program. Ngiyabonga kakhulu, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. The Honorable, the Minister for Arts and Culture, Madam Mthethwa. We will attend to that, ma'am.
Thanks. Thanks, Chair. Thank you, and thanks to the members for their contribution in this debate. The first point I want to make, which were a number of points made by Honorable Member Mkwena, is that as we said when we started here, that we are working very hard to come up with the proper research on statistics. The economy arts and culture is playing in the economy of the country, particularly its contribution into to our own economy, but unlocking the potential of the economy as well. Now, the issues we were raising about the decentralization of arts and culture, this is exactly what the kind of programs we're talking to here, whether it's community arts centers we're talking about, whether it's incubators we're talking about, aims at decentralizing and ensuring that people on the ground feel and are part of, and we are well aware of the challenges, particularly as it relates to community arts centers. That's why we're focusing on that. I would have to check what you were saying about the promise of 14 billion rands. I was trying to think that this year, in this budget vote, we're giving 3.5 billion rands. Now, I was wondering, how can the department promise 14 billion rands a few years ago when today it's having 3.5 billion rands? But we'll check that, as I said. The other relates to what the Honorable Member Mpambo Sipukwana was saying about the white paper and the disintegrated nature of the sector. Actually, the key in the white paper and the review of the white paper is about integration. All the genres of the sector, and this is what the white paper, actually your contribution also would be welcome to that extent. The Chair, I want to quickly read the preamble here, which says that we, the people of South Africa, recognize the injustices of our past, honor those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land, respect those who have worked to build and develop our country, and believe that South Africa belongs all to live in it, united in our diversity. It goes on and on and on. I don't think we'd have to put price on this. It's wrong. What has been said here by the MEC, I think we must say it is wrong. We are not going to be putting any price. We'll do everything in our power to ensure that South Africans know exactly who they are, where they come from, so that they are clear.
I must disturb you. Honorable Nkwena, is it a point of order?
No, Madam Chair. I just wanted to know if the Honourable Minister would be able to take an input to help him in his investigation of this alleged 4.2 million.
Minister, sizoxoxa baba lapha mesibambe iti awungimeka kancane nje manje ngiqedelela. So you know, Chair, we must emphasize this point. We are committed as government that our society understands its own symbols, signs of our democracy. And we'll do everything to ensure that our people know that. Kids in one school, secondary school in France, they sing the national anthem of South Africa. They know the history of South Africa more than South Africans. It can't be like that. It has to change, and nobody should say, in fact, it's not either or. We'll do everything. All other things would be done related to the entire sector, its development, its promotion, but we'll continue with this one. So we must be rest assured that this is not an issue and it won't be discussed and debated in future. Baba Kaula, uyazi lephuzo oluphakamisayo libaluleke kakhulu leinsuku lezi ezigubwayo zezwe. Unganaki wena uma becula nje lamaculo abo abawathandayo umzabalazo ufike nawe ube khona lapho uyabona kungaqaki lokho nizobamsana uzocula nawe ucule ingoma kanjalo nje akufanele kube inkinga. So we need to ensure that these days are a success. Ingakuthusi wena into engoma uyayazi itoyito uyawazi ama comrade nawo message abule ashaya itoyito nje na ufika ucule lapho ushaye zakho kuzoba mnandi ngoba into ebalekile ukuthi ekugcineni kosuku these are the national days, so you'll have this diversity, people coming from different points and so on, but all in all I think what we are saying is that you have a role to play as well. We are worried about the fact that our national days are not non-racial as they're supposed to be. We want everybody, from people from all colors, to come and be part and parcel. And ngiyazi, honorable member, umusukhona uyojabula kabi kabi nawe uyazi umuyibuka lapha lento iba nenkinga wathi yathusa umusula uyobona ukuthi hey yazi yamnandi into sikubone na usugxuma nje khona phakathi. Siyabonga kakhulu mphathi wohle.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, that concludes the debate on budget vote number 14. The Secretary will then read the first and second orders of the day.
Policy debate on budget vote number 7, Public Works, and policy debate on budget vote number 18, Labour, Appropriation Bill B4 of 2014.
In welcoming both ministers, may I therefore take the opportunity to request Honorable Messi to introduce the debate.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, the Honorable members of the Cabinet and MECs, Honorable Chairperson and members of the Select Committee on Economic and Business Development, the Honorable members of Parliament, the CEOs of the public entities, the DG and senior management of the department, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. A detailed document will be made or will be availed to the members, which covers the following. The present budget vote and the commitments for 2014-15. We are also trying to account for what we have done as a department over the last year, that is 2013-14. In the time available today, I will provide a strategic overview where, as a department, and trying to map out a high level or our vision and priorities for the next 5 years of this administration, and also to provide a progress report on the turnaround strategy for the Department of Public Works. Okokuqala nje isihlalo ngasho ngithi hayi kumnandi iyasiza kakhulu ANC. Ngangazi ukuthi ngelinye ilanga ngizoze ngime la ngikhulume nje lapha nje kubahlonishwa kukhona ama-shop steward engawa recruiter ngawafundisa ukuthi abe ama-shop steward sekabahlonipheki manje amalungu eParliament abo eKZN hayi kuhle. Deputy Chairperson, the chair of the NCOP gave a direction in the previous debate which we had on arts and culture on the issue of Robben Island. I can say we are, the two of us, seized with that particular matter, and we will be able to come and report to the committees. We are dealing with that particular matter. My 5 priorities are: 1, the creation of the 6 million work opportunities for the poor and unemployed people through the labor-intensive delivery of the public services and infrastructure. Let us be clear, colleagues, long-term structural employment is going to be with us for the foreseeable future. It's a global phenomenon. That is why the public employment programs play a central role in the National Development Plan. In phase 2, or in phase 3, 2014 up to 19, we are called upon to intensify the mainstreaming of the EPWP and the labor-intensive methodologies across the national, provincial, and local government, and all implementing bodies will be held accountable for delivery targets. That is why the MINMEC has agreed that the national EPWP will work closely with the provinces to roll out phase 3. Whilst numerical targets are important, we also seek to enhance the program qualitatively in ways: 1, which help to build families and communities; 2, which facilitate community participation, which support the sustainable environment policy, e.g. reclaiming the wetlands, clearing the island vegetation with massive positive impact on the water reserves, which develop infrastructure and services, particularly in poor communities, e.g. the ECD and the home-based healthcare, and which contribute to the economic development through the skills development. The second priority area is the operationalization of the property management trade entity and the transformation of the core property business of public works, including construction management. This necessarily includes a program to rebuild technical and professional capacity in the department. This is the core of public works: custodianship of the state immovable assets and provision of accommodation to government, and accounts for almost 75% of the departmental allocation. 3, the full operationalization of the governance, risk and compliance branch to drive the anti-corruption and to spearhead the second phase of the turnaround using the tools of improved planning and performance management. This also means working with the HR and change management to promote a committed, performance-driven culture. We believe very strongly that in this area, as an ANC government, unions are a reality. We engage, we work with the unions rather than alienating them. The 4th priority, in consultation with all the stakeholders, particularly the wider public works family in the provinces, a policy review culminating in a Public Works Act. There is no act which is governing public works except the different legislation all over. 5, in partnership with our entities, the charter councils and the relevant stakeholders, a renewed and a sustained program of action to transform the built environment, the construction and the property sectors as part of the second more radical phase of the transition to democracy. This must include support of the black and female contractors and property practitioners, as well as the production of the black professionals and artisans in the built environment disciplines. We cannot be complacent that only 24% of the built environment professionals are black and only 9% are female. In these sectors, still an old boys club. Those who are advantaged are still in control, and we're talking billions in these particular two sectors. I've already begun a process of intense consultation with the stakeholders in this sector. On the turnaround, during the 2012, with the support of the National Treasurer, we developed a 7-year plan to rebuild the Department of Public Works. The plan envisages 3 phases. Phase 1 is stabilization, phase 2 efficiency enhancement, and phase 3 the sustainable development. On phase 1, the stabilization phase was necessitated by the poor performance by the DPW and lack of adequate management and financial controls, culminating in 8 years of adverse audits or audit findings, as well as high levels of fraud and corruption evidence in the reports of the Public Protector and the SIU. We are 2 years into the 7-year plan, and I can report that we have stabilized the core business areas, the leases and the immovable asset register, and of course the finances. On the leases, with the National Treasurer, we've conducted an audit of 2,162 properties leased in from the private sector and introduced more robust systems to manage the leasing portfolio. The department has overhauled the SCM processes in the leasing environment and negotiated with the National Treasurer a special dispensation to fast-track the re-signing of the expired leases. As a result, we were able to negotiate leases downward in 50% of the cases with the savings of 33 million per annum. The Treasury dispensation places a 5% ceiling, 5.5% ceiling on escalation of leases below inflation with further savings to the state. The audit also highlighted leases where fraud and corruption is suspected, e.g. empty buildings we were paying for. These have been flagged for forensic investigation. I should mention that the Treasury has now agreed to extend the special dispensation on leases to provinces who, on the average lease, they lease in around 100 properties from the private sector. In the past, poor management in the leasing environment also resulted in the contraventions of the Occupational Health and Safety Act. Inspections will now be prioritized on an annual basis. And my colleague, Minister Oliphant, has been threatening to close some of the buildings which we are utilizing because of this violation of the Occupational Health and Safety. Another area of stabilization is the immovable asset register. Simply put, for the first time in the history of South African state, Public Works has produced a reliable register of state properties, which is 95% complete. The National Public Works accounts for 107,000 properties on some 30,000 land parcels. 95% of these assets have been physically verified. This is a game changer. We now have a much better idea of what we own, and we can start to use this massive property portfolio to leverage the economic development and job creation. I need to mention that in cleaning up and developing the asset register, as the DPW, we have cooperated with the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform and the Surveyor General. We are working closely with the provincial departments of Public Works through the MINMEC, structures to assign custodianship of the land parcels. There is still a long road to travel. As you know, once we've sorted out the immovable assets or assets of the provinces and the national, Parliament expects us to assist municipalities with their asset registers. On the Clean Audit project, The other major stabilization project was to urgently stabilize the finances and the supply chain management environment. For 2012-2013 financial year, the audit outcome of the department's main account improved from a disclaimed opinion to a qualified audit opinion. The qualifications that affected the department main account were reduced from 8 to 3. The audit outcomes of the property management also improved considerably. Although the disclaimed opinion remained in 2012-2013, the number of qualifications reduced from 12 to 4. We expect further significant improvement in the audit outcomes for 2013-14. But I must be honest, Deputy Chair, that some of the problems in the property side, they run very deep. There are issues coming from the previous years as back as 2006-07 financial year because of poor record keeping, which is not there. That is why there was a lot of corruption. The employment of the 64 unemployed commerce graduates as interns has been a success story of the Clean Audit Project. They are now eligible to participate in the internal recruitment processes. A formal skills transfer program and on-the-job training on the revised processes in the finance and the supply chain management have been implemented to embed the stabilization initiatives. In relation to the irregular expenditure, all transactions, some 1.5 million transactions were revisited for the period 2009 and 10 to 2012-11. There are no shortcuts to good governance compliance, and compliance. All irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure identified will be investigated and action taken. I'm very pleased to announce, Chairperson, that compliance with the presidential injunction to pay service providers within 30 days has greatly improved. This is a very obvious way in which government or government departments can support the small and emerging businesses. On phase 2 of the turnaround, which is efficiency enhancement. This is where we seek to improve the business model and the processes of the department. This will be the focus of the next 5 years. Critically, this involves the following strategies and actions. First, implementing a structure which aligns with the mandate of the department, principally the operationalization of the PMTE in line with the earlier cabinet decision to ring-fence and professionalize the property business. This massive property portfolio, which is 7 times the size of the Growth Point, which is the biggest private property company, includes 73,000 properties used by government departments and some 30,000 properties largely unutilized. The priorities of the PMTE include at a strategic level to advertise and headhunt property professionals from the private sector to be employed on a performance-based contract, to consolidate the improvements in the lease environment, to improve the maintenance and the security of the state asset through the National Infrastructure Maintenance Strategy, to establish the best practices and norms and standards for the maintenance of the state assets, to revive the workshops and to work with small business and co-ops to provide maintenance services, to also progressively reduce leasing in favor of rehabilitating our own stock for occupation by government. Currently, 2,700 buildings are leased in at the cost of 3.2 billion. To work with the emerging estate agents to market our unutilized stock and to manage the leases, to seek public-public partnerships with other entities already working in the property management space, to develop those state assets. So in relation to the PMTE then, the management of the state asset, the vision is as follows: to ring-fence, better manage, maintain the optimal utilization of this massive state property portfolio to build value and bring savings for the state, as well as other socio-economic benefits, particularly the job creation and empowerment, whilst improving the service to the client departments. The second focus, I must emphasize this, Chairperson. In public works, this massive property portfolio, it's run by people who are just general. If you go into the private sector, to run a property portfolio, you need actuaries, you need accountants, you need property or economists. You also need property lawyers and so on. But in government, we've just given it to just general people. That's why, because it's a highly specialized area, that's what we are trying to do now. The second focus of organizational development in the department is to fully operationalize this government risk and compliance branch to drive compliance and the anti-fraud and corruption campaign. In 2012, I announced this turnaround, and I said it stood on two legs: improving the way we do business as department and combating fraud and corruption. In the stabilization phase, we depended heavily on the expertise of the SIU to investigate fraud and corruption. 95% cases were referred to the SIU for investigation, of which 75% have been finalized. This resulted in the disciplinary action against 50 employees, 23 of which resigned before the commencement of the disciplinary hearing. Of the remaining 27, 5 received final written warnings, 7 were dismissed, and 15 cases are pending. Civil action has been instituted against the employees and contractors in 8 matters, mainly claims for damages or action to have avoidable leases agreements set aside. For various cases, we will continue to use the SIU. However, the establishment of our own GRC branch marks a milestone, embedding capacity in-house to detect and prosecute wrongdoing and to develop systems to quash opportunities for those who would wish to engage in fraud and corruption. The branch is tackling the backlogs of 250 internal cases reported since 2009-2010. Of these 158 completed investigation, 93 disciplinary cases or charges have been recommended and 15 cases or criminal cases reported to SAPS. The GRC branch is also driving a proper process of strategic planning, incorporating risk management, performance management, and process re-engineering. An important objective is to develop a new service delivery model in line with the DPSA requirements, which is based on the needs of the client department and enhancing the performance of the DPW. In the construction project management environment, lack of planning over years has led to underspending on the budget, as well as cost overruns and delays on individual projects. This is being addressed through the greater coordination between the branches and units along the construction value chain, the establishment of a technical joint teams to liaise directly with the client's departments, and the introduction of the proper planning methodology in the form of the IDMS, which is the Infrastructure Delivery Management Systems. So the department has also developed an ICT, Information Communication Technology plan, to be implemented as part of the second phase of the turnaround. The HR and the organizational development, it is not enough to have a good plan. You also need the right people committing and willing to embrace the change, together with the right mix of skills. At the ExCo level, the key management positions of the DG, the CFO, the DDG Corporate Services were filled. As acting DDG was seconded from the State Security to commission the newly established Government Risk and Compliance Branch. We are addressing the lack of technical and professional capacity as follows. In sourcing during the stabilization phase, this necessarily spending on consultants will reduce as we build the capacity in-house. When we are insourcing, we're not insourcing consultants. We say people must be seconded full-time over a year or over 2 years from the private companies. We are recruiting some 45 professional and technical positions have been filled to date. Developing our own skills, the department schools program to improve math and science teaching and learning supports learners from disadvantaged communities. Together with the CETA, Construction Education and Training Authority, the department this year, we have awarded 132 bursaries to students enrolled in the built environment tertiary programs, engineers, architects, surveyors, and so on. Currently, there are 1,149 participants in the various training programs of the department. And all of these are going to have contractual obligations to come back and serve the department in a period of 5 to 10 years. We are resuscitating the workshops to improve the quality of the service to the clients and to develop technical skills and capacity. In collaboration with the private sector companies, some 293 artisans are being trained by the department during the 2014-15. Phase 3, which is sustainable development. This is where we fundamentally review the mandate, the purpose and the responsibilities of Public Works family across the different spheres of government, culminating in a Public Works Act to refresh and reclarify the mandate of Public Works and to establish a platform for a sustainable development. Other service, its prestige portfolio. The Prestige Portfolio Management Unit is now centralized in the DG's office and is undergoing restructuring with a view to greater specialization. The key here is to improve the management of the customer relations and communication with the departments and individual clients. We have revived the Parliamentary Villages Management Board and begun a program to renovate or of renovations, including upgrading the security. We will be making those announcements as we interact with the honorable members through the village boards. And you have also seen that now we are starting some of the improvements, but it is going to be a process. In respect of ministers and the deputy minister's official accommodation, I requested the SIU to investigate all prestige projects involving excessive cost escalations. As a result, the director of the Prestige in Pretoria was charged and dismissed. In the case of Cape Town, we will report to the Parliament once the SIU completes its investigation. And I want to emphasize here, corruption knows no color. You'll be shocked that those who have overpriced here in the Western Cape are white companies. This perception that it's only the black small companies who are corrupt, corruption knows no color. And costs for renovation of the state-owned houses have now been capped at 30% of the market value of the property. The Inner City Regeneration Branch, soon to be renamed, the Spatial Planning and Development, has broadened its scope to include metros other than Tshwane, as well as towns, districts, small rural towns and harbors. This also supports the broader outcomes of the regional and rural development, as well as improved local government. It starts to challenge the past apartheid spatial planning and talks to the ocean economy discussed by the President yesterday. Provision of the state land. During the 2013-14, 128 hectares of state land was approved for the release to human settlements. A further 22 properties were identified for the release in the current year for human settlement. Accessibility program, under the accessibility program, 15 buildings were made more accessible for the people with disabilities, seriously underachieving on our targets of 100 buildings for 2013-14. This was due to contractual obligation that there can be no excuses. I fully expect Parliament to hold us to account in this matter. However, we are now confident of an improved procurement environment, and a further 51 buildings are prioritized for this current year. The concluding remarks. In my 2012 Deputy Chairperson budget vote, I likened the Department of Public Works as a patient in the ICU. In 2013, with some improvement, I said we had now stopped the bleeding and the patient was being stabilized. Today, in 2014, I can inform the honorable members that the patient is fully stabilized and responding well to the medication. We confidently expect that the patient will be discharged in the very near future. But the patient must continue to take medication. It is my pleasure to call upon the National Council of the Provinces to support the budget vote of the Department of Public Works. The full figures, they were given in full in the Portfolio Committee, and I think the chairperson of the Select Committee will be able to back us up on that full information. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I therefore call on Honourable Oliphant, Minister of Labour.
Angibonge Sakela Sihlalo yomkhandlu wesifunda. Ngibingelele umphathiswa uNxesi, amalungu ahloniphekile both permanent and special delegates, and also ngibingelela ama-officials kahulumeni akhona, ikakhulukazi leadwa u-acting DG wakwa-Labour, usihlalo we-advisory board, kubahlonishwa bonke kanye nabantu baseMzantsi Afrika. Angisho sihlalo ukuthi kuyinjabulo nentokozo kuma lapha kwendlu yomkhandlu weyifunda ukwethula isabelo zimali zomnyango wezabasebenzi ka-2014-15 financial year. Futhi ngiphinde ngibonge ukuthi umongameli waseMzantsi Afrika ubaba uMshuluzi aphinda ngijube ukuthi ngiphathe lo mnyango ukuze ngifezekise ama-initiatives ebesiwaqalile siwumnyango wakwa-Labour. Futhi ngiphinde ngibonge ngokuthi abuya jube usekela mphathiso inkosi uHolomisa okuyimanje uhambile ongaphandle kwase-South Africa ukuyokwenza umsebenzi kahulumeni. Ngisho ukuthi-ke ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi sesizokwazi ukusheshisa ezinye inhlelo ebese siqalile njengomnyango ngoba izandla sezimbili. Let me also on the said note extend our deepest condolences on the untimely passing of many of our distinguished citizens during this period, including but not limited to the Secretary to Parliament, Mr. Kutsie, Mama Epenet Mbeki, the former National Council of Provinces Chief Whip, Comrade Ndwanambi, and Nonadine Kodimanobi Lorette, and many others who have passed on in the recent past. Your invaluable contribution to the struggle for freedom and democracy will never be forgotten. May your souls rest in peace. Our democracy is alive and well, judging from the recent outcomes of the general elections. Thank you, fellow South Africans, for your patriotism and for your continued commitment to protect the hard-fought gains of many years of the struggle for freedom. Your resolve to defend the revolutionary gains cannot be questioned, as you proved it beyond any doubt on the 7th of May 2014, when you reinstalled the African National Congress as the ruling party. You understood that the ANC needs time to finish what it started in 1912, and that transformation of the South African society remains very much the unfinished business. Honorable members, the new administration has hit the road running in South Africa, a country that is still undergoing transition, is truly open for business. We have seen tremendous change in the labor arena in South Africa since the Masters and Servants Acts of 1853, which were designed to discipline employees and repress trade unions. These laws require the obedience and loyalty from servants to their masters, with infringements of the contract punishable before a court of law, often with a jail sentence with hard labor. These were used against workers organizing for better working conditions. Our people were sent to potato farms for failure to produce a dombas and for being at a place without a valid work seeker's permit. It is fact, not fiction, that today workers are able to seek employment wherever they choose. Once in employment, they can count on protection against unfair labor practices. Workers today can sit around the table with the employers and negotiate their working conditions. These things did not fall from the sky, but it was as a result of the hard work of the ruling party and those who are the friends of the progress. There are, however, challenges that have emerged, which I will touch on later. And I believe that the member who's really making noise can be able to listen and listen carefully. In order to ensure that the department interface directly with our citizens, 9 provincial directorates, each with regional offices and labor centers, were established. While this has a positive impact on a number of areas, there is, however, pockets of areas that need urgent attention, and these will be prioritized going forward.
We have made progress on many fronts, and we will continue to make our contribution in moving the country forward. Let me take a moment to highlight some of achievements of the department since our last budget vote in 2013. The appropriation for the department in the 2013 financial year amounted to 2.4 billion rand to fund its operations against the expenditure of 2.3 billion rand, which clearly indicates that we did what we said we were going to do. It is worth noting that in the past 3 years, the department received unqualified reports from the Office of the Auditor General. The department is again expecting an unqualified audit opinion for 2013-14 financial year. Our provincial footprint is significant, with 126 labor centers throughout the country, 19 mobile units that are used to access remote areas, and 2 buses that are equipped to assist in providing services in outlying areas. In addition, the department provides services in 72 of the 132 Tusong centers once a week. Honorable Chairperson, as part of our commitment to improving enforcement of labor laws, our inspection and enforcement services visited and inspected 164,868 workplaces. 75% of the workplaces were found to be compliant, whereas 25% were non-compliant with different aspects of labor legislation. Most of our inspection activities were conducted in provinces with the largest concentration of industries, such as Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, Western Cape, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga. The highest rate of compliance at 92% was found in the Free State, followed by the Northern Cape at 88% and Gauteng at 87%. The Western Cape only has a 55% compliance rate, and this is a grave cause for concern. The department intends building on the work done during 2013-14 financial year, and the recent amendments to the Basic Conditions of Employment Act will assist in streamlining this important work. Not so long ago, the country watched with horror the collapse of the Kucha Bridge in Port Elizabeth, killing 2 people and injuring 13 people. More recently, in Tongat, a mall that was under construction collapsed, killing 2 people and causing serious injuries to a further 29 workers. As was the case in the Kucha incident, the department conducted an inquiry into the collapse, which will be finalized shortly. In order to stem the tide of incident in the construction sector, the department has worked with the social partners in the industry, including the Department of Public Works. The collaboration with stakeholders under the guidance of the Advisory Council for Occupational Health and Safety resulted in the promulgation of new construction regulations, which will contribute to the reduction of incidents. Honorable Chair, as part of our contribution to address the challenge of joblessness, the department, through the Public Employment Services branch, hosted jobs fairs and job summits in all 9 provinces of the Republic. These events created a platform where private and public sector, potential employers, and those driving employment and enhancing initiatives interfaced with work seekers and those who were looking for employment enhancing opportunities. More than 40% of all registered work seekers were provided with employment counseling in all 9 provinces, and 15,570 were placed in work opportunities. These initiatives will continue in the 2014-15 period and beyond. Honorable members, the sheltered employment factories, now known as the supported employment enterprises, continue to create work for the people with disabilities. The factories have, during the period under review, manufactured over 80,000 desks and school furniture for the Department of Basic Education. I am delighted to point out that this transaction with the Department of Basic Education created over 5,000 work opportunities and transferred skills to people with disabilities in the Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, Northwest, and Mpumalanga. This enabled the factories for the first time in 10 years to post a surplus in the 2013-14 financial year. We will continue with these efforts of seeking support from other government departments. Towards the contribution to economic growth and job creation, Honorable Chair, through the Unemployment Insurance Fund, the department has established a labor activation program as an active labor market intervention. The program seeks to promote activities that preserve and create jobs, and it derives its approach from the essence of the National Development Plan, a new growth path, and the Industrial Policy Action Plan, which call for greater labor absorption and economic development. In the last financial year, 9 training initiatives spread across all provinces were launched, and to this end, 300 million rand was committed to train unemployed UIF beneficiaries on various skills programs. Some of the training programs that are run in partnership with the Department of Higher Education and Training through CETAs include 2,000 young people that are trained on the information and communication technology, and also 2,700 trainees in the public works and human settlement related to construction training program executed through the construction CETA. And also we have partnered with SAMSA, will be training 500 cadets. And also we are going to train 100 young people on scuba diving together with SAMSA. And I must say the interviews has been finalized, and that training is going to take place here in the Western Cape. So you must understand that is the initiative by the National Department of Labor. 500 trainees on solar geyser system. The installation is underway, and also we'll be training 777 trainees as part of apprenticeship and artisan skills. And also we'll be training 1,000 on manufacturing related skills. Further, we have identified the crucial skills when it comes to the aviation, and we'll be training about 20 young people to be part of that particular program. Since the inception of UIF and the Industrial Development Cooperation Partnership in 2009, thousands of jobs were saved and 1,000 new jobs created in the industries across all 9 provinces. And I also want to urge the members, particularly from the Free State Province, to go and visit the chicken abattoir in Ritz, where you will see that 983 young people are employed, and the oldest worker in that particular place is 41 years old. And further, through the partnership with IDC, we have acquired 23% for workers in that particular factory. So that is what we are doing as the Department of Labor through the Unemployment Insurance Fund. The UIF's allocation to social responsible investment is 10% of the total investment portfolio, which, as at the end of May 2014, was 9.7 billion rands. In addition to its social responsible investment strategy, the UIF will continue its funding of Productivity South Africa Turnaround Solutions, and it will allocate 58 million in this financial year. It has also budgeted 1.9 billion rand for implementation of the training layoff schemes and training of the unemployed over the MTEF period. The payment of unemployment insurance and related benefits has increased to 7 billion rand in 2013-14 compared to 6 billion rand in the previous year. Over the 2014 MTEF period, the UIF has budgeted for 11 billion rand, for 2015 12.5 billion rand, by the end of 2016 and 13.4 billion by the end of 2017, in anticipation of the approval and implementation of the Unemployment Insurance Amendment Bill. Honorable Chair, there continue to be a number of challenges facing the compensation fund. During the last year, however, considerable strides were made to reduce the service delivery challenges experienced by the fund and its client. The fund has worked hard to improve services to beneficiaries and to improve communication with its stakeholders. I am pleased pleased to report that the department has made some progress on the ICT front, and the State Information Technology Agency will soon be appointing an IT service provider on behalf of the department by the end of August 2014. In mid-July 2014, the department has started a series of employment equity roadshows to address the amendments to the Act and the regulations. These roadshows will be held in all the major centers and will conclude in Johannesburg on the 13th of August 2014. The only outstanding amendments are those to the Labour Relations Act. While the Labour Relations Amendment Bill was passed by this House and the National Assembly in October 2013, it has not been assented to and enacted as yet. It is our view, honourable members, that there are many important amendments to the Labour Relations Act dealing with the various issues arising from the 2009 ANC election manifesto, including the regulations of non-standard employment and dispute resolutions. Once these changes become law, they will have an important impact on the labour market and will assist in dealing with the inherent abuses associated with the labour broking. Honourable members, protracted and violent strikes action are indeed a problem facing the African industrial relations environment. As indicated in the President's State of the Nation address, the social partners need to meet, deliberate on these issues and the issue of wage inequality. The department will also participate in this process and will support it in whatever way necessary. We have also started the research on the investigation on the modalities of the introduction of a national minimum wage as directed by the ANC manifesto. South Africa continues to participate in various strategic international platforms, primarily to influence and shape the debates and outcomes on issues that may have an impact not only on South Africa but also in the region as a whole. The international platform on which the Department of Labour participates actively include International Labour Organization, G20, SADC, ARLAC, and some BRICS activities. We are very pleased of the support and the agency with which all the ILO conventions that are tabled for consideration and ratification are dealt with, and we hope that this august House will continue to support this important work. It is worth celebrating the fact that to date South Africa has ratified 23 critical ILO conventions, of which 20 are active. In June 2013, the Fourth Parliament and this House timely ratified the following important conventions: Maritime Labour Convention of 2006, Convention Concerning Work in the Fishing Sector of 2007, Labour Inspection of 1947, Domestic Workers Convention of 2011. Let me now turn to the priorities of the Department of Labour for the 2014-15 financial year. 2.5 billion rand was awarded to the department for the 2014-15 financial year. The details will be shared with the Select Committee in due course. Some of the key priority areas going forward include strengthening the inspection and enforcement services, raising awareness of the amendment labour laws in order to encourage compliance, working with State Information Technology Agency to stabilize our information technology workstream, initiating high-level dialogue on the key challenges in our labour market environment, addressing the challenges at the compensation fund, addressing the challenges of the infrastructure with respect to labour centres, improving communication and outreach programs, investing on the modalities for the introduction of a national minimum wage as one of the key mechanisms to reduce income inequality. With respect to the legislation and policy environment, we plan to make progress in relation to the following key areas. We have written to the presiding officers to revive the amendments to the Unemployment Insurance Act aimed primarily at improving benefits and the certain administrative aspect of the workers, but including the inclusion of the public sector and also including the domestic workers and farm workers on maternity benefits. 2, the amendment of the Compensation for Occupational Injuries and Diseases Act to create a legal framework for rehabilitation, return to work policy for injured workers and workers affected by occupational diseases, and also to include domestic workers and farm workers on the compensation front. And also, amendment of the Occupational Health and Safety Act to address the glaring shortcomings in the way that health and safety is being regulated in the workplace. We call on our social partners to join hands with us so that together we can move South Africa forward. But beforehand, Honorable Chair, let me say firstly, I would like to commend the budget of the Department of Labor to the honorable members to support it. But on the onset, Honorable Chairperson, I just want to remind Honorable Mukwena that the issue of the artist is being coordinated under the presidency and is being co-convened by the Department of Arts and Culture and Trade and Industry, particularly when it comes to the royalties and when it comes to the definition of the artist. The presidency, including the forum where we serve in, we have also requested even them as artists to contribute in that particular issue. Probably there is a missing link. It is clear that the honorable member doesn't get the full information in terms of the progress on what is happening. So I will encourage him to request the members who are serving on their behalf in that forum to give them a report back. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. May I call on Honourable Suka, the chairperson, to continue the debate.
Sekela sihlalo walendlu yowisomthetho abaphathiswa abakhoyo namhlanje phakathi kwethu namasekela abo amalungu alendlu yowisomthetho ibaluleke kangaka indwendwe ezikhoyo phakathi kwethu ezizozimasa zizomamela oluhlahlo lwabiwa mali kulamasebe mabini karhulumente ikomiti yeli sebe lezemisebenzi yoluntu ngokuphangeleleyo kanti nekomiti yeli sebe ejongene neli sebe lezemisebenzi siyayixhasa okanye siyazixhasa zombini as budget votes kungenamkhinqa. Ndifuna into yobana ke sonwabe kuba napha ekomitini sivumelene uba masiyixhase kuba abaphathiswa bebenyanyisekile bebethetha inyaniso engenamaqhakuva. Ndivumeleni ndizathuze ndidalance ukwenzela uba kuvokotheke kwabaphulaphulayo.
Just remember.
Honourable Deputy Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt the Honourable Chair of our Select Committee. Same as yesterday, I just want to put on record that the DA will announce in this House at a later stage what budget votes we support and what we do not support.
Honourable Lord, you are on the speaker's list. So you are on the speaker's list.
The committee will never decide whether we're going to support.
No. Honourable Lord, can you sit down, please? Honourable Suka, continue the debate. Let us not just interrupt because we want to interrupt the speaker. I mean, if you are on the speaker's list, you'll make your point at the time when you arrive at the podium. Can you continue?
Enkosi Sekela sihlalo kamnandi ke uthetha nendoda engenadyudyu andingangcazeli lento ndithethayo. Ngokubhekiselele kwisebe lemisebenzi yoluntu ngokuphangeleleyo. Okokuqala mandibulele elisebe. Ndiyabona into yobana kukho le ntetho ithi bambelela dijika igophe. okanye ndijike ikona ngokulula. Lo mphathiswa wenze loo nto. Uba siyakhumbula elisebe kwiminyaka esixhenxe ibe no DG abahlanu. Ithetha ukuthi loo nto bekukho ubutsovu nobubhovu kula department. Ngoke sinayo uDG osisigxini. Siyayixhasa ke loo nto. Ingawu ningaqhubekeka apho ukwenzela uba lizinze elasebe. Okwesibini sivile ngezithuba ezikhoyo kwelasebe. Kamnandi ezinye izithuba ezingondoqo pha zivaliwe ezo sikhewu. Ingakumbi xa sithetha ngabantu abagcina imali yelasebe. Kuba kaloku xa kungekho umuntu ugcina imali ithetha bana luninzi into ezakwenzeka pha engahambi ngendlela. Xa ndithetha ngokwamakhumsha bathetha nge-CFO ikhona mospa. Ndicinga uba nomphathiswa uthethile ngayo apha. Siyayibulela loo nto. Yile nto ngela xesha bengekho lamagosa. Bekukho into ezingathi zakrokreleka. Phofu zinjalo ezinye zazo ngokubhekiselele kurhwaphilizo. Kodwa ndizawubuya ngako. Sekela sihlalo. Mandibulele into kokubana elisebe lisebe elibalulekileyo kakhulu kubantu bethu ingakumbi kwabo bangathathi intweni iimpundu zikalojacu. Kuba elisebe lijongene nento yokubana kususwe inxele likakhesekile okanye kugxothwe ikateziko ngokuqesha abantu abangathethi intweni. Phaya nakubeni ke abanye abantu bangayijonga le misetyenzana yenziwa lelisebe imisebenzi engekho sisigxina ibe ngathi indlalisa. Kodwa kumuntu ongathathi intweni inkulu loo nto. Yaye ndiyafuna into yokubana okwesibini sikhuthaze into yokubana elisebe lijonge kwezi programs ze-EPWP into yoba makulinganwe ngokuhlawula. Kungabikho ukhuphiswano ngokuhlawula. Kungabi lula ukuhamba from one department to another project kwenye department. Makulinganwe ngokuhlawula xa behlawulwa abantu. Yaye sikhuthaze into yoba elisebe lijonga into yoba abantu bahlawulwe ngethuba. Ndiyayazi mna ndilijikelezile ngeli xesha besikhampeyina. Sidibene namasebe ethu okanye nabantu bebekhalaza kuba ezinye parties bezisebenza le EPWP program ukucampaign. Kamnandi campaign ngoku masilungise izinto bezingalunganga. Ingakumbi kula masipalati waseBavians. Isikhalo besikhulu pha ngithetha ngalamhlaba ke waseStatelaar Willowmore. Kuthiwe kuqeshwa ngokubana ukweliphi party. Uba ngaba ukhopho awuzofumana umsebenzi kuphindaphindwa abantu abanye kulo msebenzi. Loo nto siyifumene phaa ezantsi. Kaloku apha simela amaphondo. Yaye sizawuthetha sikwaziyo singqine ngesikubonileyo. Ndithetha bona ke mhlonitshwa lo mcimbi masuqwalasele namhlanje asikho kwikhampeyini. Koko sikulawulo sijongene norhulumente siqhube sibhekise phambili uMzantsi Afrika. Okwesibini ndivuyele nale ndawo ithi kuba kaloku elisebe belikade lilawulwa yile nto athi amakhumsha i-white paper. Okokoko kwi-white paper akomthetho. Loo nto ivule ke ngoku amathanda okwenza nantoni na kwisebe. Kamnandi ndikuvile xa uthetha ngento yobana kuzaba kumthetho olawula elisebe. Mawube khona ke ungapheli lo nyaka mali siya kuwo 2014 2015 lingekho lo mthetho uzawujongana nelisebe ukwenzela ubana urhwaphilizo luhle lunciphe. Ndiyayivuyela ke yabona ke lento urhwaphilizo ngabethu nani. Ndithetha neSouth Africa ingakumbi abantu bethu. Eli gama lokurhwaphiliza lize ne-African National Congress phantsi kwepolisi yethu ngokwe-accountability. Masithethe ngayo sizise ngaphambili. Yayikho lento yorhwaphilizo nakurhulumente ngaphambili. Ubusakhumbula ngo-1977 phantsi ko-Eshel Rodi yabona namhlanje sithetha yaqala nge-sales tax. Wemkumcimbi bathatha imali apha baphuma nazo babheke eSweden ngo-77. Lo masela safakelwa i-sales tax ukurecoverisha imali eyemka nababe phambi kwethu. Ngoko ke le nto yorhwaphilizo sathi ke phantsi kwe-constitution lintsha masithethe nge-transparency sithethe nge-accountability. Loo nto ke siyayenza nangoku sizayigada loo nto into yokubana amasela mawangacingi into bazawuhamba lula phantsi kwelo rhulumente. Bamba, phathiswa, qhuba, nxiba iiglasi ezimnyama, ufane nomntu waseMorocco, ube clever ngakumbi ungabi nasizi kulowo urhwaphilizayo. Siyayivuyela loo nto leyo, nabantu bethu ke mabeze ngaphambili. Sine-constituency offices ezimele ukuncedisana norhulumente wethu. Nixele phaa into yoba kukho ingxaki apha ngokurhwaphilisa. Norhulumente ke wethu phofu omabini la masebe. Ningabi nemikhinqa xa nixelelwe izinto zenyani sijikeleze. Ndiyayithanda ke i-decisive leadership at that level. Xa ndizawudlula Sekela Sihlalo, lo mcimbi wezemisebenzi kuba ndizawuthetha kumasebe amabini. Mphathiswa wam endimthandayo umama Oliphant, zenza into zenzeke man njengoba wenzile kaloku apha eDorings. Xa kubekho ingxaki yamafama pha wangena waqina umqolo awabili ibhetyebhetye. Ngako oko gqitha iSouth Africa ineefama ezininzi apha abantu bethu bahlutshezwayo. Siza kuxelana ngeendawo zincinci kule Kharu. IKharu mos iSouth Africa imnandi. Ineendawo ngeendawo ezohlukeneyo ngokweemo zabo. Iifama ezininzi zikwezi dolophu ezincinci. Ufika idolophu incinci ingqongwe ziifama ezininzi. I-exploitation ihamba apho. Ndicinga ubana mhlawumbi kuzawufuneka sithethe namahlakani ethu ukuthi anjengoCOSATU neminye imibutho yazabasebenzi baze ngaphambili xa kukho ingxaki yo-exploitwa kwe-farm workers zethu, because ayikho kuphela apha eWestern Cape. Loo nto masiyijonge. Okwesibini, kuba kaloku siyayazi into yokubana ndikuvile uthetha apha ngee-conventions. ISouth Africa iyasubscribe apho kuba kaloku ijongene nokhuselo amalungelo abantu. Masiwakhusele nyhani. Kamnandi uyenzile loo ndima xa sithetha ngebali elimnandi ngabasebenzi basemakhaya, ukutsho oko i-domestic workers. Namhlanje kukho i-entry level ngokwesalary. Akho mntu uphangela nje afumana imali engaxoliyo. Nakubeni bekhona ababholela ecaleni banqwanqwade beze ngaphambili ukwenzela ubana umcimbi uhambe. Uyabona ke elsebe lithetha ngezemisebenzi. Abasebenzi asinabaphosela ngaphandle. Kamnandi uyayixhasa into yothethathethwana kuba kaloku elinye lamalungelo labasebenzi bane-holiday namhlanje esibiza ngoba yi-May Day apho baphalaza iingxaki zabo. La May Day ke akufuneka siyisengele phantsi kuba bakhona osomashishini abanye abakhulu, not bonke, abathe makusetyenzwe ngolaa suku bade bavule neevenkile zabo nezitolo zabo uku-undermina ii-victories nee-gains ezenziwe ngabasebenzi ngelo xesha. Ndithetha ukuthi ke mhlonitshwa, ndiyayibulela le department kona kulo mcimbi we-UIF. Masithethe. In fact phambi ndize apho sizayithatha le challenge okanye le instruct esisicelo sakho uthi masivizithele okanye sindwendwele iifama ezazenkuku kwela lase-Free State siyojonga umsebenzi owenziwayo pha. Unyanisile ingaske siphume sonke ngokwekomiti kuba zikhona ikomiti abanye bethu xa kuyo kumaphandle amalungu athilangayi, kodwa xa kuyo ezidolophini bagqotse phambili ibe ngabo bafuna uhamba kulo lonke eli. Ndithetha ukuthi nale nto sizayigada, sizawuya phaa kwe-Free State, sizawuya kula maphondo sijonge both ku-Public Works nakwi-Department of Labour ukuba ezi zinto nithetha ngazo apha ziyenzeka na, kuba kaloku ine-capacity ngokwe-monitoring. Mhlawumbi nganibetha kumahlelo kwiindawo ezithile, sikholwa loo nto ukuba sincedise. Thina singobantu bokuthetha apha kakhulu, siya ebantwini siyomamela bathini abantu, sibuye sinike ingxelo. Sizawuyenza loo nto. Siyabulela ke phathiswa ngaloo nto. Xa ndizawuyeka ndiyafuna ukuthi kwisekela mphathiswa uMgebe uMduduma simnqonelele okuhle kweli sebe njengosekela mphathiswa omtsha ophuma iguzi ekhasini. Sithi angaxhasa nisebenzisane simnqonela a successful term of office. I'm referring to honorable member uphathekile Olumisa. Ngalo mazwi ndiyabonga. Enkosi.
Siyabulela Chairperson. Honorable Van Lingen. Can you continue the debate?
Honourable Chairperson, this thing says 6 minutes and 28 seconds. I haven't even started yet. No, but I haven't. Chairperson, I'm debating on public works. Honourable Chairperson, Ministers, Deputy Ministers and Members. Honourable Chairperson, we are here to debate budget votes and how the ministries must apply their budgets and why the parties may have issues with the budget. This is not a fight between political parties on political matters. It also appears that ministers tend to not appreciate the successes of their departments in all 9 provinces. We also see severe political attacks by members of this House, almost ostracizing the Western Cape as a different country. Yet, 7 of the 10 clean audits on provincial level has been awarded to departments in the Western Cape. And we congratulate the Western Cape on their performance. Excellent, well done. We have been debating Schedule 4 concurrent functions. National departments should shine in all 9 provinces, and if the national department only delivers in one province, then national and the other provincial departments have failed in their own right. In this case, in this particular budget, it must be noted that there was one provincial department excelling, and the AG gave a clean audit opinion. Minister, I must tell you, there's life in your patient. Once again, I would like to take the opportunity to congratulate the Western Cape's Department of Public Works for getting a clean audit. Select committee chairpersons tend to speak on behalf of their committees to support the budget vote, and it is a case of misleading the House and the public in terms of Rule 46B. I have checked, and not in one single select committee was there a vote taken on the budget. Furthermore, the budget vote process is a political vote and not a provincial or a committee vote in the NCOP. The DA therefore requests that all committee support for the various budget votes be scrapped from the records. Honourable Chairperson, the dark cloud of Nkandla scandal hangs over this department, and it will go down in history how the ANC and the Honourable Minister arrogantly flaunted...
Just for the record, hold it. I don't know, just stop the watch. I don't know if I heard Honourable Falingen correctly. Are you saying in all the budget votes that have already been dealt with, the support of the DA must be withdrawn?
No,
is it
committee support must be withdrawn because it's not a committee debate to vote on budgets.
That is the DA position?
That is a party vote.
No, I'm saying, is it what the DA is saying now?
It's part of my speech, okay. Honourable Chairperson.
No, that's fine. No, I just wanted to get clarity on that one. Honourable, no?
Chair, can I also place on record that Honourable Van Lingen is being out of order because I am a member of the committee under subject now, and as the majority party in that committee...
All right. No. Leave it at that. I just wanted to understand properly whether, if I heard it correctly, it has been clarified now. It is a party position. The ANC, you are on the speaker's list. You would also have an opportunity to present your case. Thank you very much. Now you may proceed on.
Apart from the delaying tactics, administrative and legal obstruction, the ANC...
No, Honourable Van Lingen, can you withdraw that statement? Because before I raised for clarity, I requested the watch to be stopped. So there's no delaying tactic. You have not lost any second.
No. I'm on Nkandla now. I'm not on the committee section. Sorry, Chairperson.
No. I'm referring to the inference. If you say the delaying tactic, who stopped you? It is
Chairperson.
As a result of my intervention.
I'm asking you to come and look at my speech, and you will see it's the second paragraph on Nkandla.
Oh, it has got nothing to do with my clarity.
No, it's got nothing to do with your ruling.
No, that's fine. No, that's fine. No, leave it at that.
Apart from, can I continue? Yes. Apart from the delaying tactics, administrative and legal obstruction, the ANC tried to discredit the public protector and block the establishment of the parliamentary ad hoc committee to investigate the scandal. The public's work report and the SIU have been a waste of time and money. The ANC is continuously moving the goalpost. The President failed to answer 18 crucial questions on the Public Protector's report, and now the SIU cannot complete the investigation because 2 other parties failed to submit their reports. The latest is that 13 officials will be branded as the scapegoats for decisions taken by and executed by politicians. How convenient, how typical. The DA will not rest until nothing but the whole truth about Nkandla is exposed. We are here and elected to do oversight over the executive.
All you told it, Honorable Verlingen, is, what point is it? It's on.
Thank you, Chairperson. From the start, Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Van Linken said that today we are discussing budget votes. And secondly, now, I wanted to have a clarity. She is insinuating that 14 officials will be the scapegoat. Can she prove that in this House now?
What is that?
In her speech, she is assuming and alleging that 14 officials are scapegoats. I wanted to have a clarity. Can she prove that?
What is the point of order? Because it makes my life difficult to rule.
She's misleading the House.
Honorable,
she's misleading the House.
Okay, fine. All right. I didn't hear that exactly. Can the House allow me then to make a ruling on that matter once I've satisfied myself?
I'm rising in terms of Rule 46B. No member may deliberately make a statement in the council which the member knows is false. And when she was referring to Nkandla, she was talking about ANC. And it's deliberately misleading this House, knowing very well that the official office of ANC is literally House.
Honorable members, may I rule that you afford. Don't be unruly now. Sit down, please. May you take your seat. May you take your seat, Honorable Labaskafni. There was a point raised. It's not a point necessarily. It is a point that has got to do with misleading the House, and it was further supported. Now, I had requested the House, and I didn't hear anybody objecting to that you afford me an opportunity to satisfy myself with regard to the statement that was made. The rules are there. We are not supposed to mislead the House or present false information knowingly that that information is false. It's there in the rules, but afford me an opportunity to make a proper and informed ruling on the matter than to put me in a position where I'm going to thumbsuck and assume that I heard. Allow me the opportunity to do that. Thank you very much. Continue, Honorable Verlingen.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would like to start again and say we are elected to do oversight over the executive, and we swore to uphold and protect the Constitution. That was in terms of Nkandla. Now, the expanded Public Works Program and the Community Works Program had a mandate to alleviate poverty through temporary job opportunities. The benefits of these programs, especially with regard to addressing household food security, are visible. However, the project implementation at local government level remains a problem, and reports on the projects by local government remains questionable. The program has an unfortunate stigma of low or no productivity because of the lack of supervision and management of the EPWP beneficiaries. Honourable Chairperson, the Department acknowledges the guidelines of the NDP and set strategic outcomes based on 9 chapters of the NDP. The implementation thereof is the problem and remains to be seen as the patient recovers. This department is the custodian of public asset comprising immovable property, land and other assets, and hold these in stewardship on behalf of the people of South Africa. The integrity of this department is dependent on the Auditor General's reports, and it is unfortunately, as at this stage, it is not credible. We want to wish the Minister and his department to get well soon. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Dikhale, can you continue with the debate?
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chairperson, Honourable Ministers, Honourable Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen in the gallery. Ke nyaka go bontšha gore Honourable Van Lingen, we are still waiting for an official report about Nkandla. Re ka se re itšhabile, re letile. So yengwe gape ke nyaka go e bolela ke gore ka committee ya rena presentation e dirilwe ya budget vote tše pedi tše ke o mongwe ba ba ileng ba emiša letsogo ka bolela gore re a ithega budget vote ene re tlo no tšwela pele go ithega le gone bjale ke tlo bolela gore re a ithega ga gona molato godimo wa taba eo. Let me start by thanking the Minister and his department for the good work they have done to ensure the welfare of the members of Parliament. We are told that all members of Parliament have all been accommodated at the parliamentary villages. The old furnitures in the houses are also being replaced with new ones, and many houses have been refurbished. Here in Parliament, the lift project has been completed, and only the finishing of the lift cars is in progress in New Wing and 100 Plain Building. We are very grateful for that, Minister. However, Minister, there are still some challenges that we need your department to help us with. For example, we have received numerous complaints about the conditions of the buses that are used to transport the members from the parliamentary villages. The conditions of these buses compromise the safety of the members on the roads, and we hope you will deal with this as a matter of urgency. We are therefore looking forward to engaging the Minister with regard to the appointment of the members of the Parliamentary Villages Management Board as per the Parliamentary Villages Management Board Act 96 of 1998. This must be prioritized, Minister, because in terms of the Act, it is this board that shall provide transport from and to the parliamentary villages for residents who are in Cape Town. This means without the establishment of the board, the concerns raised by the members with regard to the conditions of the buses cannot, legally speaking, be solved. There are other concerns that members have regarding the conditions at the villages, and the sooner we finalize the appointment of this board, the better, so that it can take steps that are necessary to provide for all the remaining needs of members at the parliamentary villages. Minister, Parliament, towards the end of the fourth Parliament, approved the National Development Plan as presented by the then Minister of Planning, Trevor Manuel. It did so with the understanding that this will be the guiding policy document of government for the next 20 years. The NDP was the cornerstone of the ANC 2014 manifesto, which has the slogan, "Good story to tell." We choose this slogan because over 20 years, we have been able to make progress in dismantling the legacy of apartheid. Some people are quick to label us as having failed to govern, choosing to forget that apartheid was a well-planned intellectual policy that was implemented for about 50 years In fact, it was applied even before it was formalized by the National Party. So it spans for longer than 50 years. Indeed, the President, when he delivered his State of the Nation address last month, affirmed the ANC manifesto and also stated that the NDP will be the blueprint of government for this term. So when we approve the budgets of the departments, we will always check whether they are in line with the NDP or not. So let us begin. Minister, many of our youth do not work, and this situation has to be changed. Your department is running the expanded public works program of government as a response to this situation. The training that our people get from this program is valuable and indeed increases the future employability of participants of this program. So it is full marks for that, Minister. There is also the BOLD program of National Youth Service, which is a sub-program of the expanded public works program. We commend the department on this program for the simple reason that the program is being implemented through the department's regional offices located in all the provinces. This has enabled the program to have a far-reaching impact, even to the poorest communities in very remote areas that have limited access to opportunities and resources. You see, Minister, when you do something that has been for provinces, you'll always have the support of the NCOP. And this is for the simple reason that we owe our existence here in Parliament to provinces. That is why we are sent here, to ensure that provincial interests are taken into account in the national sphere of government. The National Youth Service shows that we as South Africans move with time. In the 21st century, an increasing number of young people are enrolling in civilian or non-military national services, and these services have been instituted for varying reasons, such as to foster national unity, to make conscription more equitable, to provide young people with experience and improve their employability, to achieve certain social objectives, such as helping poor people or the environment, or to allow students to fund their education. These civilian national services have been formed in over 30 countries, including in development countries such as USA, UK, and Germany, and South Africa is proud to be counted among these. Here as well, we give you full marks, Minister. In the next 5 years, the ANC plans to massively expand public works programs to create 6 million work opportunities, many of long duration with 80% of new participants being unemployed youth. Greater attention will be paid to skills development and subsequent employment. Integrate public works programs with other government programs like adult basic education, community colleges, and enterprise and cooperative development. Focus on the impact these public works programs have on poor communities, emphasizing collective poverty elevation, the provision of services and assets, creating sustainable livelihoods, and fostering community cohesion. Improve coordination of public works programming between different departments. Another issue that we want your department to look into is the recurring underspending by provinces of the EPWP grants. This cannot be allowed to continue as it runs contrary to the objectives of our government to create jobs and alleviate poverty. We therefore hope that this year all provinces will spend their grants 100%, and of course we will not only hope, but we are going to use our oversight powers to hold those responsible to account for this. No marks for this one, Minister. Generally, Minister, we think that your department is on the right track and is fulfilling its mandate in terms of the National Development Plan. It is also in the line with the ANC manifesto on the issue of economy and jobs, which promise to build an inclusive economy that creates jobs. We think this is indeed the good story to tell. So we support your budget vote. As the ANC, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable D. Grant, MEC for Transport and Public Works, Western Cape.
Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Ministers, MECs, Honourable Members, delegates from the provinces and officials. It's an honour for me to represent the Western Cape Provincial Parliament here today in my first appearance in the NCOP as the Western Cape Minister of Transport and Public Works. This new portfolio has taken me on a steep learning curve and brought me into contact with the many highly skilled professionals in my department who are required to carry out our custodial and provisioning mandate in relation to state assets in a modern economy. If it is clear to me that if a government tolerates a less than efficient provision and management of infrastructure, its chances of meeting its economic growth and job creation targets are significantly reduced. In my short term in office, I've had the pleasure of interacting with both the National Minister and his Deputy Minister and have attended my first MINMEC in Public Works. It is certainly my intention, as I demonstrated in my time as Education Minister in the Western Cape, to work cooperatively with my national and provincial colleagues in every way possible, provided this is not at the expense of the ability of the Western Cape Government to fulfill the mandate received from the people in this province. There is much food for thought in the budget speech delivered by Minister Nxesi. From a Western Cape Government perspective, I will limit myself to 6 of the aspects raised. 1, audit outcomes. With the efforts of National Public Works are lauded for shifting the audit outcomes from a disclaimed opinion to a qualified opinion, it would be remiss of me not to confirm that the Western Cape has made great strides in this area, in fact surpassing the National Department. The Western Cape Department of Transport and Public Works received a clean audit for 2012-13. This is a considerable achievement by my predecessor and his team. Skills development, point 2. While the actions taken by NPW are noted, what the National Minister appears to have overlooked in his speech is the continued utilization of Cuban professionals to support the national government and other provincial public works departments. The Western Cape Government indicated that it will not participate in this program. Instead, we are firmly behind ensuring effective skills capacitation at a local level, particularly amongst young people. The National Department of Public Works has highlighted 2 fundamental problems with the previous deployment of Cuban professionals to South Africa. Firstly, they are not registered with the professional councils, and secondly, they battle to speak English. So NPW is now considering that they should ensure that the professional bodies put aside their professional standards and recognize the qualifications of Cuban professionals. What is forgotten in this approach is that the professional registration implies that those individuals are bound by ethical and professional standards and are liable should anything occur with the infrastructure from a design and construction perspective. Instances of buildings collapsing while in construction phase come to mind. Does the NPW therefore advocate the undermining of the profession, not holding individuals to account in the areas of work as they would have left the country, and keeping deserving South Africans out of the industry? In the Western Cape, we've been running a successful bursary and professional development program for many years. The Makisizwe program, where young people on the program generally graduate sooner than their counterparts and with better results. Since 2009, there have been 314 graduates, of which 77 were placed in the department upon graduation. Point 3, infrastructure delivery management system. The institutionalization of the best practice has made excellent progress in the Western Cape. The provincial department has worked collaboratively with the departments of health and education to ensure that all necessary prescripts, documentation, procurement guidelines, infrastructure project plans, and implementation processes are in place. The IDMS has already yielded some improvements in planning and coordination between the department and its client departments. This is leading to better integration of the client's medium and long-term needs into the department's programs, thereby improving the relevance of targets set and their achievement. Point 4, leveraging the assets of the state. The National Minister speaks of priorities which the property management trading entity will focus on. I'm pleased to be able to report that as the Western Cape Government, this is what we are doing. Firstly, we've identified key properties for regeneration purposes, where we issued an expression of interest at the Investors Conference in March 2014. Responses were received, and we're now preparing the documentation for either outright disposal, development of a PPP, or other mechanisms for their development. These projects are intended to generate sustainable income from the property portfolio to be allocated back for infrastructure delivery and maintenance. Secondly, the Western Cape Government has completed a property portfolio efficiency assessment to determine how well we are using the space we have as a government. But we have taken it a step further. We do not compare ourselves as a government, but with the private sector. Benchmarks have been set, and it is now a task of the Western Cape to utilize its portfolio optimally. Thirdly, we are not just seeking private-public partnerships. We've moved actively with a PPP for the construction of office space for the Western Cape Education Department so as to reduce our reliance on leased space. The project was registered as a PPP with National Treasury on the 17th of February 2011 and is progressing as planned. During January 2014, 3 bidders processed to the bid stage, which then closed on the 31st of March. Final assessments are now being made of the bids, and we will be making further announcements in this regard in the near future. 5, the expanded public works program. Let me begin by saying that the Western Cape fully supports EPWP and understands that the intention is to provide temporary income relief for people. I can say that the institutional framework that the Western Cape put in place has been emulated by National Public Works for implementation across other provinces. The fact that all municipalities in the Western Cape are reporting on EPWP opportunities and are receiving grants and supportive projects shows that the Western Cape government is responding to the policy imperatives set by the national government in this regard. However, the question to ask is why the national department feels it must continuously change the information systems used to capture the EPWP data. The NPW introduced 2 reporting systems in 2009, and then in 2012 a new integrated reporting system was supposed to replace the 2 in order to respond to the increased demands of capturing and reporting. While the IRS was rolled out in 2013, it was not evenly utilized. So how accurate is the information provided by the national government? But let us be honest, ideally, we should be providing people with full-time employment, i.e. a real job, where possible. The Western Cape believes that this has to be the focus, growing the economy as well as ensuring that people have the skills needed to optimally participate in the economy. It does not appear as if the National Minister has a plan for building the economy and creating permanent jobs. The national government has promised people jobs, not job opportunities. Our citizens deserve more from the government than the promise of an opportunity. Finally, integrated and coordinated delivery. What I see it is absent from Minister Nxi's speech is a focus on intergovernmental cooperation and coordinated delivery. An intervention made by government, especially one which has an infrastructure focus, lands in a municipal space and lands at a particular time. But National Public Works are reticent to commit to collaborative and cooperative planning. This is problematic for municipalities. The Minister is silent in his speech in this matter. The Western Cape Government, however, has tried to bring the National Department together with provincial departments and municipalities to focus on specific projects in an attempt to show cooperative governance at work. We are driving integrated planning and coordinated delivery through the district infrastructure plans and linking this into integrated development plan process of the municipalities. It is incumbent upon the NPW to open their doors through this province to the municipalities to support delivery so that we can all pull in the same direction and ensure that our limited resources achieve a greater impact to improve people's lives. I appeal to the Minister and the Deputy Minister to ensure that this happens. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Grant. Honourable Mtileni, From EFF?
Honorable Deputy Chair, Minister and your staff, and members in the gallery. Nami Shaweta Hinkwin. Labor is the exploitation of labor and has been a well-documented violation in the history of man. With the advent of democracy in 1994 and the establishment of new consolidation, an opportunity arose in South Africa for dispense for this expectation permanently. That this opportunity was wasted and that people are still shamelessly exploited and confined to poverty, which continues to hold them. This is not a good story to tell. The ANC-led government is very slow in regulating the labor market through policies, programs which were aimed at creating decent employment and improving economic efficiency and productivity. They also failed promoting and protecting the basic rights of workers. The ANC-led government has failed to provide adequate social safety and protect vulnerable workers. It has also failed to promote sound labor relations and to eliminate inequality and discrimination in the workplace. I say this because the economy of this country is still in the hands of the white minority. 20 years down the line. This one no one can dispute. As EFF, we say the ANC-led government has failed to enhance occupational health and safety awareness and compliance in the workplace and continue to fail to effect social dialogue in order to formulate sound responsive legislation and policies that balance labor market, flexibility for enterprise, competitiveness, with promoting decent employment. What kind of government is this, which continues to fail dismally to realize and face the concept to create decent work its department is to regulate? Despite an attempt from members of the community who voted them in large numbers, the ANC still fails to deal with labor brokering for good. Why is the ANC-led government still allowing that there be a middleman between a worker and an employer who enjoys a big chunk of an employee's salary? Furthermore, the ANC-led government fails to deal with the 6 months, 12 months, and 15 months contracting jobs. Minister,
Honourable Member, your time is up.
To engage private sector.
Honourable Member, your time is up. Honourable Kaula, can you continue with the debate? No, Honourable Kaula must continue with the debate.
Ngiyathokoza sihlalo ngibingelele ungqongqoshe uNcesi ngibingelele ungqongqoshe wezabasebenzi Shenge Swalisa Nkosi kaMlambo ngibingelele ozakwethu bonke cha hlonishwa uNcesi ngikuzwile hayi nami ngithi kumnandi kuba inkatha uthi ngangazi ukuthi ngiyoke ngibhekane nawe kanje ngithunywe umntwana ethi angizokutshela kodwa okubaluleke kakhulu sibhekana la kwakuthiwa ngasingene khona asificana khona ke mfana kithi sithunywe uthunywe zakho ngithunywe zami thisho omkhulu. It is fitting that these two departments are being debated together because the Labour Department is crucial in ensuring that labour market interventions help bring about a reduction in unemployment, poverty, and inequality, while the Public Works Department itself is in need of specially trained, skilled, and dedicated individuals in order to see its turnaround strategy bearing more fruit. The Labour Department must push for job creation, and this can be effectively achieved in SMMEs. If SMMEs are incorporated into the strategy to tackle unemployment. The department also needs to be seen amongst the people, which include rural areas, which are desperate for access to resources. More support seems to be given not only to the urban areas, Sheng, especially when people are working balapha emadolobheni kodwa ngesikhathi belahlekelwe umsebenzi bedinga i-UIF basemakhaya, and for them ukuthi bagibele baye emahhovisini emadolobheni, it's putting more pressure to them financially. So as rural people, we also need the services of the department in the areas where we are. Workers must be compensated appropriately for their work, and this department needs to ensure that support for local businesses not only increases from their side, but also make sure that none between the employers and the employees hold another to ransom over the issue of wage negotiations. Public Works Department's turnaround strategy is commendable, especially with the department having consistently received 15 years of disclaimers from the Auditor General. From mismanagement and corruption to the inability to keep track of its access records, this department is in desperate need of revamp and strong leadership, and therefore we are happy that, Honorable Minister, you are promising that you are getting out of the hospital soon. The EPWP, which could present itself as a great legacy for this department, is failing to fully address the unemployment issue. By creating work opportunities, it does not create permanent jobs, and it is used as a tool to reward those who carry the right membership. Ngiyathokoza ngesihlalo we-select committee babusuka ukuthi ulukhulume kahle lolu daba. This needs to be addressed urgently by the minister. We need not have a program for the unemployed being used selectively as a reward system. Sengizohlala phansi nje sihlalo hloniphekile leya issue ye transformation okhulume ngaba abunxesi inhle kabi in the area of public works and construction. Kodwa ke i-concern esibe nayo emphakathini ukuthi i-transformation when it comes to the economy, it is usually not all encompassing. Especially when it comes to abantu abasemandleni, kubona i-transformation means they are friends. Kubona i-BBBE, it means abangani nabantu abazwana nabo. Ake kube ya wonke umuntu. Sonke sagqilaza babunxisi. Sonke siyayidinga imali. Akungathi ke mangabe sekudliwa kube sengathi khona funa abe transformed, kube ngathi khona bangayidingi transformation. If you can address that one, the transformation must be for all people irrespective of the card they carry.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Mtunya, can you continue the debate?
Honorable Deputy Chair of the House, honorable members, honorable ministers. Margaret Mead, a sociology scholar in her own right, in her book, Coming to Samoa, wrote, and I quote, "As a traveler who has left his own doorstep is better than he who never left his own doorstep." Close quotes. So the ANC has traveled the world, Honorable Deputy Chair. The ANC have studied the revolutions of the world, and the ANC have drawn good lessons from the revolutions of the world. The ANC is committed to redressing the past exploitative practices at workplace and would like to see the creation of decent work and sustainable livelihood taking root in all sectors of South African economy. The ANC plays a significant role in reducing unemployment, poverty, and inequality through pursuing the objectives of a full productive employment and decent work for all, including employment creation. In line with the above ANC objectives, a number of priorities are identified in the National Development Plan, and those are increased employment through economic growth, improved functioning of the labor market
through reforms focusing on increasing labor absorption, enhance workplace dispute resolution, and advance healthy labor relations. These are in line with the goals of enhancing productivity and eliminating inequality. 47 bargaining council over 2.29 million workers covered 2.29 million workers, equaling 20% of workers, of which 33% of them are in grades 4 to 9. Sectoral determinations cover 3.5 million workers and largely failed statutory councils. 4 out of 9 major sectors of the economy don't have bargaining council. Half of the workers covered by the bargaining councils are in the public sector. The number of workers covered by the bargaining council agreements have recently been declining after significantly increasing from 1994 to 2004. Only 2.4 million of the workforce is covered by the bargaining council, and many of these councils are not national. More workers are covered by sectoral determinations than by bargaining council agreements. There is a challenge to get bargaining council agreement to cover non-parties. The coverage by sectoral bargaining and bargaining councils varies from sector to sector, with NUM having the highest and SACAU the lowest. The absence of centralized bargaining council in the platinum sector was a big contributing factor to the turmoil, both in 2014 and 2014.
Just hold. No, don't do that. Take your seat. By virtue of your rules, once you're on your feet, you are seeking my attention. So may you please sit down.
So, Honorable Deputy Chair, I am a son of the so-called kitchen girl and the so-called garden boy. It is a pity on my part that some among us find it fine or good to make a mockery of it today. May their soul rest in peace. South Africa has coherent wage policy. The apartheid wage structure has not been fundamentally altered. The majority of black workers, particularly in the private sector, continue to live in poverty. This is true both in the most vulnerable sectors, but also for most blue-collar workers. Half of South African workers earned below 3,000 per month in 2011. And this is what I refer to as working poor. Rough estimates for a minimum living wage is probably around 4,000 per month. The key challenge is to ensure that labor policy legislation and regulations deal with the multi-tier labor market. The model of self-regulation has its own severe limitations. Both employers and workers are buffeted by forces of neoliberalism, deregulation, and labor market restructuring. All require decisive state interventions, for which the ANC is busy doing. The Labor Relations Act sees a combination of voluntarism and self-regulation, which is broadly supported by government. The voluntarism approach fails to recognize the huge power imbalances between employer and workers, especially in vulnerable sectors, and strategies which employers could adopt to undermine the unions. Section 23 of the Constitution of the Republic for bargaining council and centralized bargaining The Labor Relations Act promotes centralized bargaining but is dominated by voluntarism framework. Operationalization depends on the preparedness of the employers to set up centralized bargaining forums. This normally is then settled by use of power as opposed to Labor Relations Act that we resolve through regulations rather than the use of industrial action. The issue of levels of bargaining councils as well. The call should be to strengthen centralized bargaining and developmental bargaining framework, promoting wage equity and alignment of collective bargaining to the industrial economy and development strategies of the ANC. Marx defined the state in two-pronged ways. The one is that a state can be used as a tool of class exploitation. The other one is a state can be used as a tool of class emancipation. Now the ANC government draws lessons from this good ideology of Marx. And in so doing, the ANC government used the state as a tool of class emancipation. And Honorable Chair, as the ANC members of the Select Committee of the budget vote under discussion today, do support this budget vote. And I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Timu. Honorable Lloyd.
Chairperson of the NCOP, Minister Oliphant, Minister Casey, honourable members, good afternoon or good evening. With a budget of over 2.5 billion, the Department of Labour, under the leadership of the Honourable Minister Oliphant, more so than any other time before, must utilise to create real reform with our labour regime and creating jobs. We just came out of an election season where almost every single party put jobs on the top of the election promise to the citizens of South Africa. The jobs election, many called it. We are the NCOP, and we must discuss the performances of the government nationally as well as in the provinces. And with this election being the jobs election and voters effectively holding a referendum on the performance of the incumbent governments, the only incumbent party that can really hold their head high is the Democratic Alliance. Now, honourable members, before the heckling starts...
Just hold, Honourable Pakis.
I want to ask a question.
Come again?
Member.
Honourable member, are you prepared to take a question?
If it's not going to cut into my time...
Are you prepared to take the question?
Yes, if it's not going to cut into my time.
But the minute the question is put to you and you are ready to answer, then it will obviously...
Then sorry, Chair. He can ask a question afterwards, but I've got limited time.
All right, he's not prepared to take the question.
I am prepared if it's not going into my time. Okay, now, honourable members, I'm really going to challenge my colleagues from the ANC to try to focus for once on the real issues. We acknowledge the injustices of the past, and a lot has been done to address these imbalances. However, we must continually evaluate what we've done and what still needs to be done. South Africa faces an unemployment rate of 25.2% in terms of the narrow definition and 35.1% in terms of the broad definition. We are clearly not succeeding in changing the lives of many jobless South Africans. Honourable members and Minister, the elephant in the room is obvious for all to see. And I'm not referring to the IFP member from KZN. I'm referring to the unions and how they operate in South Africa in our current inflexible labour regime. The ANC either does not know how to deal with the unions or they choose not to deal with them. In principle, the DA supports unions and their existence. However, a balance must be struck between respecting workers' constitutional right to a lawful strike action, often exercised via unions, and the need to ensure economic growth and job creation. The unfortunate nature of South Africa's labour relations is that big unions fight with big business, and at the end of the day, no one wins. There's an often quoted Swahili saying that goes, when two elephants fight, it is the grass that suffers. The grass in this instance is the citizens of this country, from the unemployed to the working class, to the middle management, to senior management. In fact, the entire economy is the grass in this instance. There is also a variation to this saying that goes, when two elephants make love, it is the grass that suffers. Honourable members, the two elephants in this last analogy is the ANC and their tripartite alliance.
alliance partners. The ANC is so scared of taking a stand against COSATU that in their love-making with the unions, it is again our economy and the citizens of the country that suffer because the ANC-run government cannot make and implement tough and difficult decisions that are needed with respect to labour reform. Just this week, Amplats announced that they will be selling its Rustenburg and Union mines. Now, some unions expressed their shock and say it will lead to job losses, but no consideration was given to the efforts of the long strike that marked the political and economic landscape during the first part of this year. Honourable Minister, let me give you some proposals to consider. We need to introduce a culture of democracy in union activity by adopting the proposed amendments to Section 64 of the Labour Relations Act, which would require unionised workers to vote by secret ballots. I'm glad the Deputy Minister has touched on this today, so I really hope that this is not just words and it will actually be implemented. Repealing Section 67 of the Labour Relations Act, which protects unions from court action should they fail to adhere to Section 64 of the Act. This includes the requirements for unions to ballot before striking. The next is to hold unions accountable for damage caused during strike action by their members. This can also be taken further to political parties when they damage properties during strikes. Supporting the amendment of Section 69, subsection 1 of the Labour Relations Act, which states that only union members be allowed to join a supporting picket. This will mean that all participants at a strike would be assumed under law to be union members, thus making it possible to hold unions liable for damage caused during strikes, pickets, and other gatherings. Okay, I appreciate the Honourable Nyambi's analogy of dogs and the tractor. So I will tell you a story, a really good story of a fast-moving tractor, the tractor being called the Western Cape Government. And you see what the reaction is. Because we don't have enough time, I'm just going to say the two examples and you can read up. The Work and Skills Program and the Premier's Advancements of Youth Program. Read up on that. We commend the President for signing the Employment Tax Incentive Act into law in December. The NDP supports such programs, but again, the lovemaking within the tripartite alliance prevented the earlier and full effective implementation of such programs. It is time that the ANC answers to the voters and not the connected few insiders who are only looking after their own interest. In conclusion, the ball is in your court, Honourable Minister. When government makes laws and regulations that control employment regulations, it can choose to establish an enabling environment for growth and job creation, or it can set up a regulatory system that acts as an inhibitor for the expansion of the economic opportunities. We need your department to take the lead with the former. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Lord, I must say, I haven't called you, Honourable. I haven't called you. Go back to your seat. I was saying that with the number of former teachers in this house, I expected an objection. And I was looking at these members, none of you objected, because when I did my biology in standard 7, my teacher told me that animals don't make love, but they mate. So I thought there will be an objection and for the usage of animals making love. Honourable Martinez, can you continue the debate?
Take this opportunity and greet the Minister Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson, and the guests in the House. Public Works has a constitutional mandate to be the custodian and manager of government fixed assets. This includes the determination of accommodation, requirement, maintenance, and disposals. Therefore, Public Works is also responsible for national security.
in the form of bridges, dams, and wastewater systems. In the recent audit, it was found that the department has been paying for buildings that are empty. It was also found that the officials of the department working together with private landlords to defraud the government. Even though we have legislation that states the lease of buildings must be tendered for, this process is not happening. The department with stakeholders came up with expanded public works programs, EPWP, to eradicate poverty in our communities across the country. However, this is not sustainable in the long run. Furthermore, it cannot be correct for our people to get a poverty wage of 1,500 per month. This is not enough. In the manifesto of the EFF, we say we need to set a minimum wage of 4,500 per month. This can be done only if we are serious about rooting out the corruption in all government departments. Honorable Chairperson, not even the cattle in Nkandla earns a monthly salary of 1,500 rand. We have seen in the past, because of the incompetences of public work, Honorable Becky Taylor lost his job as a top cop because of corruption dealings in government assets. Honorable Chairperson, we must rename this department and call it the Department of Nkandla. We must tighten the laws with regards to the departmental functions. We must further set up a central committee that would monitor the work with regard to the fixed assets of the government. We must further take to court the officials who are involved in defrauding the department. We cannot have a situation where an official like Tele being removed by a commission of inquiries and gets reinstated via back doors as deputy minister.
Just hold on.
No, thanks, Chairperson. I'm not sure if the Honorable here is referring to Honorable Tele. And if indeed is referring to the Honorable Tele that I know, he must then withdraw and refer to the Honorable member as Honorable. The Deputy Minister.
May we refer to honorable members as honorable members?
Honorable Becky Tele. It is time we clean up government, starting from the highest office. Those were the words of the Honorable President Jacob Zuma. I quote, clean, clean, clean. Stop quote. Honorable, this is where it started, to clean. Thank you.
Honorable Makue, can you continue the debate?
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, honorable members of the House, dear ladies and gentlemen in the gallery, I am going to spend my time by using our right as the ANC to also respond to some of the comments that have been made by other parties. I want to start off with Honorable Van Lingen, who says that we must stop ostracizing the Western Cape as a different country. She doesn't speak about the Eastern Cape that she comes from. She said nothing in her speech about the Eastern Cape. Then she refers to Rule 46B, where committees are supporting. That rule is completely quoted out of context. It's not for the select committees to vote on the budget. And that has never happened. And that is not what we said. When we come here as ANC, we say that as members of the select committee, we support the budget. Then, in her second paragraph, and she was interrupted, and then in the second paragraph she jumps to Nkandla, when we're discussing public works, there was nothing in the budgets that was making any reference to Nkandla. She had the opportunity, anyhow, in the select committee to raise the question. And she did. And she was given an answer by both the minister and the deputy minister of public works. Now, it doesn't help if you give people answers and they are unable to interpret what it is that you're saying. Because I can't see any other reason why we would have this repetition of the same thing in this House. I, however, agree with you. Honourable.
Honorable Panlangan.
Honourable Chairperson, I have not asked any questions about Nkandla in the committee.
No.
So, on that very same rule, I'm rising on a point of order.
Honorable members, now you are really unnecessarily making my life difficult. I was not in the committee. I don't know whether if the question was asked in the committee, and it makes it difficult to make a ruling on that matter. Therefore, I would therefore suggest that maybe that's a matter that you must deal with at the committee level and sort it out at that point, because it will be difficult to make a ruling on something where I was not even present. And I had so many members here who are not serving in that committee. They don't know whether if it happened or not. Honorable Magwe, can you continue?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. If you can't even remember what you asked, then it's very difficult to understand what other people hear. I, however, agree with you, Honourable van Lingen, that we need to debate the budgets. That's what we came to do here. I agree with you on that. I also agree with you that it's important that we should look at both programs at local government level. This is, however, a separate sphere of government. And we need to read Chapter 7 of the Constitution, because it's not only you, but also our Honourable Grant, who then comes and tells us what the Western Cape government is doing in municipalities. That's a municipal prerogative. We in the ANC understand the three different spheres of government. We have SALGA here. SALGA represents themselves. When we speak here on behalf of SALGA, it is because we have consulted with them. Then Honourable Grant also makes reference to skills capacitation at local level, especially amongst young people. It's important that we assess to what extent the skills capacitation is happening amongst the poor people in this province. The people of Menenberg, the people of Nyanga, the people of Hanover Park, and the children of farm workers. The problem that we're having is that there are no numbers on these figures that's given to us. What our ministers have done very eloquently and aptly in the reports that they have given to us, both in the select committees and here again, is to repeat the numbers. Then we can begin to talk with each other. No or limited expressions or opinions was given by Honourable Grant on the budget. And then I begin to ask myself the question, is this Western Cape that the DA is referring to part of the Republic of South Africa? We very much would want to hear you say that. Of course it is. Then we'd want to say to you, let's then pull together. Let's then pull together as one nation. Is that a point of order? We welcome also, Honourable Grant, your support for the Extended Public Works Programme, and also welcome your recognition that it is important that you look at the implementation at municipal level. And I want to assure you that we are prepared to work with you as one nation in terms of implementing that. The national government offer jobs. Cooperative governance is important because we are one government. For those who have difficulty with pronouncing the name of our minister. He is our minister, and he's Minister Ngesi. Right? Minister Ngesi. Right? If we have difficulties, let's make an effort to show respect for the cultures and the traditions of other people by making efforts also to address them properly. We agree on the need for us to pull in the same direction. Honorable Mtileni, I want to say to you that it's a pity that you have no story to tell. You have no plan. You are fooling the electorate with unrealistic promises. And we ask ourselves, what are you offering? Every time that you come to the podium, we would want to listen to you, but we're sorry, our honorable friends and comrades and members of this House, please do a little bit more work so that we can be serious about it. Honorable Kaula, the SMMEs that you are referring to, we are not dealing with in public works or in transport. We dealt with it yesterday under small business. So let's keep it there. Mamela, honorable member. The Honorable Mr. Ngesi reported on the status of the department's progress. Don't come to the podium and ask for tenders. That's not how we operate in this government. It is corruption. Let me just conclude with Honorable Lond. And then say, Honorable Tillian, that this whole election...
Honorable Makwe, just hold it. Honorable Makwe, just hold it. Honorable Tillian.
Yes, Deputy Chair, I want to know if here we are being taught how we should deliver
What is the point?
speeches.
No. What is your point? What is your point? Honorable Tillian, what is the point?
It's a question, Deputy Chair.
No, okay, fine. If it is a question,
I want to know, are we being taught?
Honorable Tillian, you can't ask me a question. Particularly if a member is... No. Then let me ask him the question whether if he's prepared to take the question.
Through you.
Allow me. No, you can't.
Okay.
Are you prepared to take the question, Honorable Mayor?
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay. He says he's prepared to take the question. Can you put the question then?
So, you allow us to also teach you how to speak yourself? And the entire members?
Honorable,
ask it a question. He's teaching us how we should deliver our speeches.
Can you sit down, please?
I'm also
Honorable Tillian, can you sit down? Honorable members. Order. Honorable members. Can you be in order, please? Can you be in order? With the greatest of respect, Honorable Tillian, can you stand up, please? Can you please stand up? May I warn you never ever to behave in the manner in which you have behaved towards a presiding officer. It may not necessarily be me tomorrow. It may be another member presiding from the president presiding over a sitting or a matter for discussion. But your behavior is of unbecoming. It's really unbecoming. Please, never do that again. Thanks. Honorable Makwe.
Thank you. Chairperson to Honorable Lond, we want to say, Honorable Lond, we agree with you that this election was about jobs. However, we must not come to this podium and attack unions. The unions are the ones who fought for the Labor Relations Act. We in the ANC know that we have the bourgeois interest and that we have the interest of the working class. Unions are representing the interests of the working class, and there's no problem with that. We are the first to recognize that it is important that in the same way that we have the right to form political parties, workers have the right to belong to trade unions of their choice and to form such unions. And as the ANC, we want to affirm that for the workers to know what is it that the DA is saying. They cannot join organizations of their choice. These rights were not given to workers. They struggled for it. And the Democratic Alliance have the same right, and so does the economic freedom fighters. When they come to the podium, they have nothing to say. When one speaks, they want to interrupt. Chairperson, I tried to ascertain how I could respond to the comments of Honorable Matebos. But I was overwhelmed by the vacuous nature of his debate. I am still struggling with it. Chairperson, we want to say that it's important at this stage of the conversation to make it quite clear that we, members of the NCOP, who are deployed here from Gauteng, have no hesitation in supporting both the budget votes. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makwe. Honorable Minister Nwesi, may you conclude the debate?
Ndiyabulela kumalungu ngokokuba afake inkxaso agxeke kwenzela uba sizokwazi uba le nkqubo yethu siyiphucule. Siyathanda abantu xa begxeka besakha, hayi abantu abagxeka nje yonke into. Okokuqala, kwintlanganiso yethu elandelayo singabaphathiswa nabamaphondo siza kuxoxa ngale nkqubo ye-EPWP neengxaki zemivuzo.
Honorable Minister, is it interpretation?
There's no Xitsonga translation here. No, it has to be here.
What channel is that? Honorable members, may I find a solution to the problem? What channel is that you're using?
I've been trying all the channels. There's only...
You should be on 3.
It's 3, yeah.
It's 3.
It's English. Yeah.
Just be patient with it.
Okay.
Yes. 3.
Can you also stop until the translation is there?
No.
I won't hear you.
Okay, fine. Okay, the minister says that he'll speak English. It's
okay,
fine.
please. Because sometimes...
In our next meeting of the MINMEC, we have already agreed that the main item is going to be the EPWP, where we'll address even the issues of the stipends, which are not the same. So it's in our program. We want to also emphasize that we accept the comment that there will be oversight visit as raised by the chair. In fact, that helps us because in some instances, officials, not all of them, they do not tell us the truth. One example in the Eastern Cape, when the previous committee in the National Assembly visited a particular, they were on an oversight visit. They were told about the programs which were taking place. Let me just put it in Xhosa, then I'll explain it in English. When they came to the members, they stood on a hill. They said, "Uyabona phaya, apho kuqhuma khona umlilo. Iphaya ke la project, kodwa kuyingozi uba siyofika phaya." They were saying, you see there, where there is a smoke, it was burning. Then the project is there, but it's very dangerous that we go into that mountain. We better not go there. There was no project at all. So it's good because some people can mislead us. We are not like the spirit which can be everywhere. It's good that the members go to those places. The Honorable Comrade Diale, the issue of the villages board, we are in the process of dealing with that, but they also depend on the village committees, which must be properly set so that you put your representatives who are going to be meeting with us as the department. We have a number of programs in dealing with the villages. Now that we've started delivering the new furniture, the fridges are already there, the sofas are there. We're moving towards the curtaining. We're moving towards making sure that the aesthetic of the old villages, they look very good. We're looking into renovating a number of issues. But one of the issues we want to deal with, it's security in the parks. Yes. We need the assistance of the members. Because some of the members, they bring people who are not supposed to be there, who have not been according to the rules are supposed to be there. I don't know why people should bring, even if they are sons and daughters, elderly people who are not working and so on, who are not students, they come and stay in those parks. It becomes just chaos. We will have to confront, because it's not safe for women, for honorable members who are women, to even walk at night, given a lot of crime which is in that particular village. We are going to be very harsh on that one. We have discussed it with the police. The other issue, Chairperson, I must say this thing. The new reporting system in terms of the EPWP has to take into account what we call the paradigm shift in this EPWP phase. Namely, we're moving towards the qualitative dimension instead of just the quantitative dimensions, so that we must know what is the impact in the societies. The impact in the societies of what we're delivering. Are we creating assets and services which we're delivering? By the way, what is very interesting to some of the members who raise this issue, when they are talking about the real jobs, why didn't the manifesto of the DA talk about 7 million job, what you call EPWP jobs? Even more than what the ANC government is saying, but you come here and you talk about real jobs. When you were campaigning, you recognized that these EPWP is very important, but you continue to talk about real jobs. What are the real jobs? So what is this 7 million we're talking about? Unless that you are just misleading the people, because you see that EPWP is very important. And in some of the EPWP jobs, they become long-term jobs. In terms of, we are now have upscaled the EPWP. We call it the public employment programs, which is going to be under the presidency, pulling all the ministries who are responsible. And I want to emphasize this part. This is a collective responsibility of all implementing bodies, including the provincial departments and the local authorities. It's not just only public works. That must be very clear. The other issue which I need to raise, Chairperson, well, I must say, MEC, Honorable MEC Grant, you have acknowledged that you're going up a steep learning curve. Unfortunately, you must realize that you are still at the bottom of that steep learning curve in public works. Take time. We're going to persevere, move up with you. With your predecessor, we're working very well. And we emphasized one thing: South Africa is not a federal state.
Yes.
It is a unitary government, and however, we recognize that we have put various spheres of government. What applies nationally must apply in all the provinces. We're not going to be selective. That must be very clear. And we think that we must emphasize that. The honorable member of the EFF, we are going to be very patient. We understand where you're coming from. You'll be up to it at some stage, but we know where you're coming from. And we are going to be very patient, answer your questions, and we'll teach you how it works here in Parliament. That's all I can say now, so that you understand very well. But let me raise this issue, the last issue, Chairperson. How does it happen that people go into a committee, agree on everything, approve it, which is, a committee is constitutional, but they come here and speak the opposite of what they were saying in the committee? That's a contradiction. That's a contradiction in terms. It cannot be. In a committee, you agree on everything because the chairperson, when he speaks here, is reporting on behalf of the committee. Now you come and contradict what you have said in the committee. Maybe that's something which the House must debate. But it shows the integrity of the people when they start just addressing the people for the sake of the public, not talk what is the truth.
I'm sorry if I'll be getting into your nerves, Honorable Deputy Chair. I was checking on the clock. He has exceeded the 5 minutes. Can you sit down?
Honorable Minister. Thank you, sir. All I want to say, consistency is very important. That becomes integrity. Also, Honorable Grant, what you talk to me that we're going to be working together must not ring hollow when you are here, that you start saying other things which are not showing that you have been talking about the spirit of cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister Oliver.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Firstly, let me thank all the members who have supported the budget of the Department of Labor. And I also support the idea that the select committee members will also participate on the inspection throughout the country. And I must say we have also agreed with our social partners that whenever we do the inspection, we must all of us do it jointly. On the issue of the sectoral determination on the EPWP, we review that sectoral determination after 3 years. And when we come up with the sectoral determination, we just propose that nobody must get the allowance less than that particular amount. It's not the issue of the living wage, because those issues must be dealt with at the bargaining level. And also we must understand why we have that particular sectoral determination, particularly in public works. On the issues that were raised by Honorable Mtileni and also Honorable Lott, because they are they are similar. But somebody, I must say, when I grew up, there were people who were not able to pronounce my surname. And also by then, some of us were not even allowed to go to better schools, because even if when you were saying you want to be a social worker, you have to write and explain to the minister by then of education why you want that particular class. And therefore, some of us were speaking these languages because we were forced to learn them. And now I'm going to turn in my own mother tongue language. Sekela Sihlalo, kwi-issue yemthetho yezabasebenzi.
Just hold, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson, I rise on a point of order just to inquire whether the Honourable Minister would be so kind as to take my question, perhaps, please.
What point is that? Is the point of order or no?
Honourable Chairperson, I have a question for the Honourable Minister. I would inquire whether she is willing, whether she would be so kind as to take my question, please.
Let me ask the Minister, because I'm also now, the Minister hasn't even started responding to the issues that were raised during the debate. She just explained a historical matter. But nevertheless, Minister, are you prepared to take the question even before?
As long, Deputy Chair, you are going to give me an extra minute, I will do it.
Minister is prepared to take your question.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister, sorry for rising so early in your speech, as the Honourable Chairperson has said. However, I do have to ask, there's a point that you raised earlier about, and you said very proudly, you boasted about the Rates poultry farm that you are very proud of. I wonder if the Honourable Minister could just confirm that two of the beneficiaries of that poultry farm is one an ANC councillor and the other is the sister of an MEC of the ANC of the Free State. Could the Honourable Minister please just confirm that for us?
Honourable Deputy Chair. Honourable Deputy Chair, I do believe that the Honourable Member is referring to another project, not the abattoir on chicken at the Ritz. So I was talking about the abattoir of chicken and Ritz. That's the project that I have said you must visit. Sekela Sihlalo, ngokomthetho ekhona eMzantsi Afrika, uma sishaya siwumnyango wabasebenzi iqale iye kwi-network la kuhlala khona inhlaka ezahlukene eziqhamuka kuma-federations abasebenzi, ziqhamuke kosomabhizinisi, ziqhamuke kwi-community constituency. I-community constituency inama-NGOs and also inama-political parties. I'm not sure whether Honourable Mtilini, you are sitting in that particular category of a community, but because you are new, probably you have not yet be part of that particular area. So what happens at NEDLEC? All the social partners did deliberate on all legislation, and then it will come it will go back to cabinet and come to parliament, where everybody participate in the lawmaking, including the Democratic Alliance, by the way. And Honourable Member, when we were talking about the reviewing of the labor laws in this country, we've been doing that, and it's unfortunate that when you participate, you don't agree on the issues that will empower the workers. So that is what we have done and will continue to do so, precisely because the objectives of the African National Congress is to make the lives of the South Africans better. And we're not going to allow a situation where the employers have profits on the expense of the workers. When you read the employment equity, Honourable Mtilini, unfortunately, I think when you were here in the podium, you have not even read the amendments. Those amendments talks about how we should deal with the wage gap between the employers and the workers themselves. That is why we have proposed that workers must be paid, we must have to implement the equal pay for the equal work of the same value to try and close that particular gap. But we know that there are still challenges, particularly in the mining sector. And what was happening last year, Honorable Deputy Chair, we have agreed with the platinum companies in particular and the unions that as from now on we'll be having a collective centralized bargaining. But there was only union that did not sign by then. But they said after the negotiations, after they have finalized the negotiations, then they are going to sign that particular agreement. And at the same time, there is a process that was led by the Deputy President, and that is going to still be led by the Deputy President when it comes to National Framework Agreement, where we have said how each stakeholder must behave. And also on that one, there was only one union that didn't sign, but its federations has signed, and we are going to continue to implement that. And also on the issue of a ballot, secret ballot, Honorable Lord, in terms of the Labor Relations Act, the current one, it says those members who wants to go on strike, they must do a ballot based on their constitution, the constitution of the unions. So the issue of balloting is there on the constitution of the unions, but also we have alerted those unions that doesn't have that particular clause that they have to review their constitution. And I must also say on the issue of the employment, we come here to the podium to say we are not creating the employment because of the labor relations or the labor laws of the country. We are not going to allow a situation where the workers are being casualized throughout. That is why we have said in the basic conditions of employment and labor relations that those people who claim to be employers, they have to employ workers in terms of our labor laws, particularly the Labor Relations Act, the Basic Conditions of Employment Act, the bargaining agreements, and the sectoral determinations. And we are going to make sure that we monitor that, and that is why we have also increased the fines of those who are not complying. I want to appeal to Honorable Lord that here in the Western Cape in particular, if you can request the leadership of the council executive or the legislature led by the Honorable Premier to support the employment equity because it deals with the injustices of the past. If you are serious about supporting the non-racial country, we must start now to do that. I'm raising this based on the employment equity report, and I do believe that you will be able to work with us so that we can be able to empower the workers of this country. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. That brings us to the end of, yes, Honourable Sir.
Honourable Chairperson, in favour of accountability and transparency, I think it is time that we have on our device here the time of each speaker. I have actually took the opportunity to measure the time, and it's allocated 5 minutes to the Minister, and I'm sitting here with including the break that was taken. 8 minutes, 52 seconds, yes, including all of that. So that's 4 minutes extra.
Okay. No, I'm going to respond to that. I'm going to respond to that. You see, the minute you selectively read your rules, you'll run into trouble. You'll run into trouble. because when it suits you, you want to argue and interpret the rules that governs the proceedings in a particular way that favors you. And it's not the first time I'm raising this issue. That if you read your rules, particularly with regard to the role of the presiding officer, and the privileges, if not the prerogative of the presiding officer, you will notice that I have it. I can give you an extra minute. It is within my rights. The rules give me that right. The rules that governs this House. Now, I warned members the last time that you see, the minute you behave in a particular way, you must expect a reaction to your behavior. Now, once you start showing your phones, your what, I just decided now I'm going to allow the minister to speak and respond. I'm not even going to bring it to her attention to summarize or what. I evoked it, that right that I have as a presiding officer. I evoked it deliberately. Deliberately. I could have brought it to her attention that the time is up. But because of that behavior, I then said to myself, the best way of stopping this thing is to react, and by so reacting, evoke the rights that govern this House now. That gives me that privilege now. So let's refrain from doing that, honorable members. Let's not do that. Tomorrow it will be you. Tomorrow it may be you. And then I may feel it that I might be in a position to say, well, probably he was disturbed there, and then let me give him an extra second. I don't think by the time when you are at the podium, you would be saying, Chair, my time is up. You won't be saying that. So please, let's refrain from doing that. The other issue, honorable members, that I wanted to bring to your attention, so just so that we stop or assist ourselves from repeating it time and again. And it will not be good that a member of the executive to really tell us on how to deal with issues in the House. I feel very ashamed. If a matter is dealt with at a committee level, it is expected for you as political parties, as individuals, to engage with the issue as presented in a committee. And on the basis of the consensus or agreement that you might have reached in the committee, you then come give us, the House, a report. You are giving us a report. We were not there. We don't know what happened there. We want to hear what happened in your committee. Now, if the chair, giving that overarching view on how issues were processed in the committee and generally how consensus was arrived at, arrived at in the committee. It is the chair that is doing that. After this entire process, I don't know, maybe that training didn't assist us much. After this entire process, on the 29th, it's the 29th I think, the appropriation bill will then be presented to the House. And then is appropriation on the 29th. We'll be receiving that. And then from there we'll be considering the schedules. And then when we consider the schedules, in the schedules, it's the vote, and then you have an opportunity to make a declaration as a political party. You have an opportunity to reject the vote as presented and so forth. It's at that point, unfortunately, if Honorable Falingen is not in, it is at that point now, as political parties will be saying, we support the vote with a declaration, or we do not support the vote at all. It is at that, not at this point where we're discussing or we are dealing with a policy view or presentation as given by the minister. So let's not I'm raising this again, honorable members. Let's not be tempted to want to look at the rules to suit us when we feel that they must suit us. Honorable members, that brings us to the end of the debate. The House is adjourned.